Welcome to the Sleep Story Haven, your peaceful sanctuary where the whispers of ancient forests meet the gentle rhythm of moonlit shores. Here, time slows to the rhythm of your breathing. Worries dissolve like mist, and your mind finds the peace it's been seeking. Each story is crafted to guide you through enchanted landscapes and tranquil moments, designed to quiet your thoughts and prepare your spirit for deep, restorative sleep. So find your most comfortable position, close your eyes, and let tonight's gentle tale carry you to the peaceful dreams that await. Welcome to your sleep story haven. Take a deep breath and let our story begin. The River of Dreams, a Mesopotamian sleep story. Chapter 1, The Wanderer's Call. In the quiet hours between dusk and dawn, when the world holds its breath in sacred stillness, there walked a traveler whose heart carried the weight of restless nights. Maya moved through the modern world with gentle steps, yet sleep had become a distant memory, slipping away like morning, missed each time she closed her weary eyes. Her days blended into one another, each marked by the soft ache of exhaustion that settled deep in her bones. The evening air wrapped around her like a whispered promise as she wandered through the city park, seeking solace beneath the ancient oak trees that stood as sentinels against the busy world. Their branches swayed in the gentle breeze, creating patterns of shadow and moonlight that danced across the worn path beneath her feet. With each step, Maya felt the tension in her shoulders beginning to ease, though her mind continued its endless circling, chasing thoughts that refused to settle. As she walked deeper into the park's embrace, the sounds of traffic faded to a distant hum, replaced by the soft rustling of leaves and the occasional call of a night bird preparing for rest. The air grew cooler, carrying with it the sweet scent of jasmine and the earthy richness of damp soil. Maya paused beside a small pond, its surface reflecting the crescent moon that hung like a silver boat in the darkening sky. It was then that she heard it, a sound so subtle she almost dismissed it as imagination. A soft flowing, like water over smooth stones, yet there was no stream nearby. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, wrapping around her consciousness like a lullaby half remembered from childhood. Maya closed her eyes and listened more deeply, allowing the mysterious sound to fill the spaces between her thoughts. The flowing grew stronger, more distinct, and with it came a warmth that began in her chest and spread outward through her limbs. She felt her breathing slow and deepen, each exhale carrying away a little more of the day's accumulated stress. The sound drew her forward, though her feet remained planted on the solid ground beside the pond. In her mind's eye, she began to see something impossible. a landscape that belonged to dreams and ancient stories. Before her stretched a vast river, its waters gleaming like molten silver in the light of countless stars. The banks were lined with reeds that swayed in harmony with the gentle current, their movement creating the very sound that had called to her. This was no ordinary waterway, but something far older and more sacred, a river that flowed through the realm between waking and sleeping, between the world she knew and the ancient land of Mesopotamia that lived in humanity's deepest memories. Maya felt herself drawn toward this mystical river, not with her physical form, but with something deeper, her spirit, her essence, the part of her that yearned for true rest and peace. As she approached the water's edge in this vision, she noticed that the riverbank was covered with the softest sand, warm beneath her bare feet and fine as powder between her toes. The sensation was so real, so comforting, that she sighed with relief she hadn't felt in months. A figure materialized from the mist that drifted above the water's surface, tall and graceful, with long hair that moved like silk in an unfelt breeze. The being's features were kind and ageless, belonging to neither male nor female, but encompassing both in perfect harmony. Robes of deep blue and silver flowed around the figure's form, seeming to be woven from the very fabric of twilight itself. "Welcome, weary traveler," the figure spoke, and their voice was like the sound of wind through temple bells, gentle and resonant. "I am Adapa, keeper of wisdom and guardian of the threshold between worlds. You have been called to this place because your spirit seeks what it has lost, the gift of peaceful sleep, and the restoration that comes with true rest." Maya felt no surprise at this otherworldly encounter, for in this space between sleeping and waking, all things seemed possible and right. "I have forgotten how to rest," she whispered, her voice carrying easily across the mystical waters. "My mind races like a wild horse, and peace feels like a country I've never visited." Adapa smiled with infinite compassion, extending a hand toward the gently flowing river. "Then you have come to the right place, dear one. This is the river of dreams, which flows through the ancient land of Mesopotamia, the cradle of human civilization. Here, in this timeless realm, you will learn the sacred arts of rest and restoration that your ancestors knew well. The journey will take you through 10 sacred temples, each one offering its own gift of healing and peace." The water of the river lapped gently at Maya's feet, and she was amazed to find it perfectly warm, neither hot nor cold, but exactly the temperature of a mother's embrace. The sensation traveled up her legs, bringing with it a deep sense of safety and belonging that she hadn't felt since childhood. Her muscles began to relax in ways she had almost forgotten were possible. Each temple holds ancient wisdom, Adapa continued, their voice growing softer and more soothing with each word. You will meet the deities and spirits of this blessed land, and they will share with you their secrets of tranquility. But first, you must enter the river and allow its waters to wash away the accumulated tensions of your modern world. Maya looked at the flowing water, its surface catching and reflecting the starlight like thousands of tiny diamonds. She could feel the invitation in every gentle wave, the promise of relief in every soft sound the water made as it caressed the sandy shore. Without hesitation, she stepped forward into the river, feeling its healing waters rise around her ankles, then her calves, then her knees. With each step deeper into the sacred waters, Maya felt layers of stress and worry dissolving away. The water seemed to have a consciousness of its own gentle hands that massaged her tired muscles and whispered away the knots of tension she had carried for so long. Her breathing became deeper and more regular, each exhale releasing months of accumulated fatigue. As the water reached her waist, Maya felt a profound shift occurring within her consciousness. The sharp edges of her thoughts began to soften, the urgent demands of her daily life fading to a distant whisper. The river's current was gentle but persistent, carrying her slowly downstream toward whatever wonders awaited in this mystical realm of ancient Mesopotamia. Adapa walked along the shore beside her, their feet making no sound on the soft sand. "Let the river carry you, dear traveler," they said, their voice now seeming to come from the water itself. "Trust in its ancient wisdom and allow yourself to float upon currents that have brought peace to countless souls throughout the ages." The first temple awaits just around the bend, where you will meet Enlil, the wise god of wind and breath, who will teach you the sacred rhythm of peaceful breathing. Maya surrendered completely to the river's embrace, allowing her body to float naturally in the warm, supportive waters. She felt held and cradled, as if the river itself were a living being devoted to her comfort and healing. The gentle current carried her forward, and she watched with peaceful curiosity as the landscape slowly changed around her. The banks of the river grew higher and more lush, covered with vegetation that seemed to glow with an inner light. Date palms swayed in the gentle breeze, their fronds rustling with a sound like distant rainfall. Flowers bloomed along the water's edge, lotus blossoms and water lilies that opened their petals to release fragrances of such sweetness that Maya felt her last remaining tensions melting away with each breath. As she floated downstream, Maya became aware of a sound rising from somewhere ahead, a deep, rhythmic breathing that seemed to be emanating from the earth itself. The sound was hypnotic and deeply calming, like the breath of a sleeping giant or the tide of some vast, peaceful ocean. She felt her own breathing begin to synchronize with this cosmic rhythm, her chest rising and falling in perfect harmony with the mysterious sound. The river curved gently to the right, and as Maya rounded the bend, she saw before her a sight of breathtaking beauty. Rising from a grove of cedar trees was a temple, unlike anything she had ever imagined. Its walls seemed to be carved from a single piece of white marble that glowed with soft, pearl-like luminescence. The structure was perfectly proportioned, with columns that spiraled gently upward like frozen whirlwinds, and a dome that opened to the star-filled sky above. Adapa's voice drifted across the water, now seeming to come from all directions at once. Behold the Temple of Breath, the first stop on your journey to perfect rest. Here dwells Enlil, whose wisdom encompasses the sacred rhythm that connects all living things. Allow the river to carry you to the temple steps and prepare to receive your first gift of healing. Maya felt the current guiding her gently toward a set of smooth stone steps that descended into the water. As she approached, she noticed that each step was carved with intricate patterns that seemed to move and shift in the soft light, spirals and flowing lines that suggested the movement of wind and the eternal circulation of breath through all creation. The water grew shallower as she neared the steps, and Maya found that she could stand comfortably in the chest-deep river. The stone beneath her feet was smooth and warm, polished by countless years of gentle water flow. She climbed slowly from the river, feeling the warm night air caress her skin as the mystical water's droplets rolled away, leaving her completely dry and refreshed. Before her stretched a garden of unimaginable beauty, filled with plants and flowers that seemed to pulse gently with the same rhythm she had heard in the distance. The air was filled with the most peaceful fragrance, a combination of cedar, frankincense, and something indefinably sweet that made her feel as if she were breathing in pure contentment itself. At the center of the garden, near the entrance to the glowing temple, sat a figure of such serene majesty that Maya felt her breath catch in wonder. Enlil appeared as a man of middle years, with a beard that flowed like silver water and eyes that held the depth of endless skies. His robes moved constantly, as if stirred by invisible winds, and with each breath he took, the entire garden seemed to inhale and exhale in perfect synchrony. "Welcome, seeker of rest," Enlil spoke, and his voice was like wind through mountain passes, deep and resonant, yet infinitely gentle. "You have come to learn the first and most fundamental secret of peaceful sleep, the sacred rhythm of breath that connects your mortal form to the eternal rhythms of creation itself." Maya approached the god with a heart full of wonder and anticipation, feeling that she was about to receive a gift more precious than any treasure. The garden around her continued its gentle breathing, and she felt herself naturally falling into sync with the cosmic rhythm that Enlil embodied. Her journey into the mysteries of ancient wisdom and perfect rest was just beginning, and already she could feel the first whispers of the deep peace she had been seeking for so long. Chapter 2: The Temple of Sacred Breath. Maya stood at the threshold of the Temple of Breath, feeling the warm stone beneath her bare feet pulse gently with an energy that seemed to flow up from the very heart of the earth. The sensation was both grounding and uplifting, as if she were connected to something vast and eternal that existed far beyond the boundaries of ordinary experience. Enlil rose gracefully from his seated position, his movements fluid and unhurried, like clouds drifting across an endless sky. "Come," he said, extending a hand toward the temple entrance. "Let us enter the sacred space where breath becomes prayer, and prayer becomes the pathway to perfect rest." His voice carried the soothing quality of wind through tall grass, each word settling into Maya's consciousness like gentle rain on thirsty soil. The temple's interior was a marvel of peaceful architecture, with walls that curved upward in spiraling patterns that drew the eye naturally toward the open dome above. Through this opening, starlight streamed down in soft beams that illuminated crystalline formations embedded in the marble walls. These crystals caught and reflected the light in subtle ways, creating an ever-shifting pattern of gentle luminescence that seemed to breathe with its own life. The floor was covered with the most luxurious carpets Maya had ever felt, woven from fibers so soft they seemed to be made of captured moonbeams and morning mist. With each step, her feet sank slightly into the plush surface, which molded itself perfectly to support her weight while cradling her in comfort. The patterns in the carpets depicted flowing winds and spiraling air currents, all rendered in shades of deep blue, silver, and pearl that seemed to shift and move as she watched. In the center of the circular chamber stood a fountain unlike any Maya had ever imagined. Instead of water, it flowed with what appeared to be liquid light, a substance that moved with the viscosity of honey, but sparkled with the brilliance of captured starlight. The fountain's basin was carved from a single piece of translucent stone that glowed with inner warmth. And as the liquid light flowed over its edges, it created a sound like distant wind chimes, mixed with the softest whisper of breeze through leaves. "This is the fountain of eternal breath," Enlil explained, his eyes reflecting the gentle luminescence that filled the temple. "It flows with the essence of the first breath ever drawn, the exhalation that brought life to the world, and the sigh of perfect contentment that awaits at the end of all journeys. Breathe deeply of its vapors, and let your mortal lungs remember their connection to the infinite. Maya approached the fountain slowly, drawn by its hypnotic beauty and the incredibly peaceful energy that radiated from its flowing light. As she drew closer, she could see that the liquid light was not merely one substance, but seemed to contain countless tiny particles that moved in perfect harmony, each one catching and reflecting the others in an endless dance of luminescence. The sight was so mesmerizing that she felt her breathing naturally slow and deepen, each inhalation drawing in not just air, but something far more nourishing. The vapors that rose from the fountain carried the most wonderful fragrance, clean and pure like mountain air after rainfall, yet warm and comforting like the scent of a beloved's embrace. As Maya breathed in these mystical essences, she felt something profound beginning to shift within her respiratory system. Her lungs seemed to expand more fully than they had in years, drawing in air with an ease and depth she had forgotten was possible. Sit beside the fountain, Enlil instructed gently, gesturing to cushions that surrounded the basin. These cushions were made of the same cloud-soft material as the carpets, but were shaped to provide perfect support for meditation and rest. Allow your breathing to find its natural rhythm without forcing or controlling. Simply observe as your breath deepens and slows, guided by the ancient wisdom that your body remembers even when your mind has forgotten. Maya settled onto one of the cushions, feeling it mold itself perfectly to her body's contours. The position was so comfortable that she felt she could remain there for hours without any discomfort whatsoever. The fountain continued its gentle flowing beside her, and she found that the sound it made seemed to match perfectly with the rhythm of her own heartbeat, creating a harmony that resonated through every cell of her being. Enlil moved to sit across from her, his own breathing so perfectly controlled that it seemed effortless and natural. In the ancient days, he began, his voice taking on the quality of a storyteller sharing sacred wisdom. When humanity first walked upon the earth, they knew instinctively how to breathe in harmony with creation. Each inhalation was a greeting to life itself. Each exhalation, a release of gratitude that fed the growing things of the world. As he spoke, Maya found herself naturally synchronizing her breathing with his words, each phrase timed perfectly to match the rhythm of inhalation and exhalation. The effect was deeply hypnotic and profoundly relaxing, as if her entire nervous system was gradually downshifting into a state of perfect calm. But as civilizations grew complex and lives became hurried, this sacred knowledge was forgotten. Enlil continued, his voice growing softer and more melodious. Breathing became shallow and quick, matching the pace of anxious thoughts rather than the eternal rhythms of earth and sky. Tonight, you will remember what your ancestors knew. That breath is the bridge between body and spirit, between waking consciousness and the blessed realm of dreams. The god raised his hands slowly, and as he did, Maya felt the air in the temple begin to move in gentle, spiraling currents that caressed her skin like the softest silk. These currents carried with them an energy that seemed to penetrate directly into her lungs, filling them not just with air, but with a sense of profound peace and well-being. Feel the breath entering your body, not just through your nose and mouth, Enlil instructed, but through every pore of your skin. Ancient wisdom teaches that we breathe with our entire being, drawing life force from the air around us through countless invisible channels. Allow yourself to feel this total breathing, this complete communion with the atmosphere that sustains all life. Maya followed his guidance, and to her amazement, she began to sense exactly what he described. It was as if her skin had become permeable to something far more subtle than ordinary air, an essence that carried with it the accumulated peace of countless ages. With each breath, this essence flowed into her being, filling spaces she hadn't even known were empty, healing places that had been tense and contracted for longer than she could remember. Now, Enlil said, his voice taking on an even deeper quality of serenity, let us practice the breath of perfect rest. This is the breathing pattern that will carry you into the deepest, most restorative sleep. And it is a gift that, once learned, will remain with you always. He demonstrated the technique, breathing in slowly through his nose for a count that seemed to last an eternity. Then holding the breath for a moment that felt suspended outside of time, before releasing it through slightly parted lips in a long, slow exhalation that seemed to carry away all tension and worry. The sound of his breathing was like wind through canyon walls, deep and resonant and infinitely peaceful. Maya began to mirror his pattern, finding that her body responded eagerly to this new rhythm. Each inhalation seemed to draw in not just oxygen, but pure tranquility itself, while each exhalation carried away layers of stress and fatigue that had accumulated over months of restless nights. The technique felt both completely new and utterly familiar, as if she were remembering something her body had always known, but had simply forgotten how to access. As they breathed together in perfect synchrony, the temple around them seemed to pulse with supportive energy. The light from the fountain grew softer and more golden. The crystalline formations in the walls hummed with barely audible harmonics, and the very air seemed to thicken with an almost tangible presence of peace. Feel how this breath naturally slows your heartbeat, Enlil observed, his words flowing between their synchronized breathing. Notice how your muscles begin to release tension you didn't even know you were carrying. This is the breath that signals to every cell in your body that it is safe to rest, safe to let go, safe to surrender to the healing embrace of sleep. Time seemed to stretch and flow differently in the temple, minutes feeling like hours as Maya sank deeper and deeper into the meditative breathing pattern. Her awareness gradually expanded beyond the boundaries of her individual body, and she began to feel connected to something vast and eternal, the breathing of the planet itself, the inhalation and exhalation of oceans and forests, the cosmic rhythm that connected all living things in one great symphony of existence. The sensation was so profoundly peaceful that Maya felt tears of gratitude forming in her eyes. For the first time in months, perhaps years, she felt truly relaxed, truly present, truly at peace with herself and the world around her. The anxious thoughts that usually raced through her mind had slowed to a gentle trickle, each one arising softly and then dissolving away without resistance or struggle. "This feeling you have now," Enlil said softly, his voice seeming to come from very far away. "This perfect peace and harmony, this is your natural state. This is how you were meant to feel when you lay down to rest each night. The breathing technique I have taught you is like a key that unlocks this inner sanctuary of tranquility whenever you need it." As their breathing session gradually came to a close, Maya felt profoundly transformed. Her entire relationship with her own body had shifted. She was no longer fighting against tension and anxiety, but working in harmony with natural rhythms that had always been available to her. The sense of struggle that had characterized her attempts to sleep was dissolving, replaced by a deep trust in her body's innate wisdom and capacity for rest. Enlil rose gracefully from his meditation position and moved to a small alcove where ancient scrolls and gleaming vessels were arranged on shelves carved directly into the marble walls. He selected a small vial made of clear crystal that seemed to contain captured starlight, and brought it back to where Maya still sat beside the fountain. "This is the essence of sacred breath," he said, placing the vial gently in her hands. "A few drops upon your pillow each night will help you remember what you have learned here, and will call forth the deep, restful breathing that leads to perfect sleep. But more than this physical gift, you now carry within you the knowledge itself, the wisdom of how to breathe in harmony with creation." Maya held the vial up to the light, watching the substance within swirl and dance like living starlight. She could feel that it was more than just a physical object. It was a condensed form of the very experience she had just undergone, a way to carry the temple's peaceful energy with her wherever she went. "Thank you, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion and gratitude. I feel as if I've been holding my breath for years without realizing it, and you've just taught me how to truly breathe again. Enlil smiled with infinite kindness, his eyes sparkling with the reflected light of the fountain. The gift was always yours, dear one. I have simply helped you remember what you never truly lost. Now, the river awaits to carry you to the next temple, where you will learn other sacred arts of rest and restoration. But you go now with the foundation of all peaceful sleep, the breath that connects you to the eternal rhythms of life itself. As Maya rose from her cushion, she felt lighter and more at ease than she had in years. The breathing technique had created a profound shift in her entire nervous system, and she could sense that this change was permanent, a new capacity for peace that would remain with her always. She carefully tucked the crystal vial into a fold of her robes and moved toward the temple entrance, her feet seeming to float across the soft carpets. The night air felt different as she emerged from the temple, cleaner, sweeter, filled with possibilities for rest and renewal. The river of dreams flowed peacefully before her, its surface reflecting the countless stars above like a pathway made of liquid light. Maya waded into the warm waters once again, feeling them embrace her like an old friend, and allowed the gentle current to carry her toward whatever wonders awaited downstream. As the temple of breath slowly disappeared around the river's bend, Maya felt the sacred breathing pattern continuing naturally within her. Each inhalation and exhalation bringing her deeper into harmony with the peaceful flow of the ancient waters. Her journey was just beginning, but already she carried within her a treasure more valuable than gold, the key to unlocking the deep, restorative sleep that her soul had been craving for so long. Chapter 3: The Garden of Ishtar's Dreams. The river of dreams carried Maya through a landscape that grew ever more magical as she floated peacefully downstream. The sacred breathing technique Enlil had taught her continued its gentle rhythm within her chest, each inhalation drawing in the sweet night air, perfumed with unknown flowers, each exhalation releasing her more deeply into the mystical currents that bore her toward her next destination. The water around her seemed alive with subtle energies, warm currents that massaged her floating form and whispered of ancient secrets waiting to be revealed. As the river curved through a grove of pomegranate trees, heavy with silver fruit that glowed like miniature moons, Maya became aware of a new fragrance drifting on the night breeze. It was intoxicatingly beautiful, a complex blend of roses and jasmine, frankincense and myrrh, with underlying notes of something indefinably feminine and divine. The scent seemed to have a physical presence, wrapping around her like invisible silk scarves that caressed her skin and filled her senses with a profound feeling of sensual peace. The riverbanks began to change as she floated deeper into this aromatic paradise. What had been simple reeds and grass now gave way to elaborate gardens that seemed to have grown from the dreams of goddesses. Terraced flower beds cascaded down to the water's edge, filled with blooms that opened only in starlight and released their fragrances like prayers into the peaceful night. Date palms swayed overhead, their fronds creating intricate patterns of shadow and silver light that danced across the flowing water. Maya felt the current guiding her toward what appeared to be a natural harbor, a curved bay where the river widened into a tranquil pool, surrounded by marble steps that descended into the water like a ceremonial bath. The steps were inlaid with precious stones that caught and reflected the starlight, creating spiraling patterns of color that seemed to move and pulse with their own life. As she drew closer, she could see that each stone was perfectly placed to form images of flowers, vines, and symbols of feminine power that spoke directly to some deep part of her soul. At the top of the steps, rising from the center of the most beautiful garden Maya had ever imagined, stood a temple that took her breath away. Unlike the simple, wind-swept elegance of Enlil's dwelling, this structure was a celebration of abundance and sensual beauty. Its walls were covered with climbing roses that bloomed in impossible colors: deep burgundy, silver white, and a pink so delicate it seemed to be made of captured dawn light. The roses grew in perfect spirals around columns of polished lapis lazuli. Their thorns somehow transformed into gentle curves that served as decorative elements rather than barriers. The temple's dome was open to the sky like the previous one, but this opening was surrounded by hanging gardens that cascaded down in green waterfalls of flowering vines. The entire structure seemed to breathe with feminine energy, welcoming and nurturing, like being embraced by the most loving mother who ever existed. As Maya reached the marble steps and began to rise from the river, the waters clinging to her skin for a moment before falling away in droplets that caught the light like scattered diamonds. She heard the sound of gentle laughter, warm, musical, and filled with such joy that it made her own heart lift in response. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, echoing through the garden like the song of invisible birds, celebrating the beauty of existence itself. "Welcome, beautiful dreamer," came a voice like honey flowing over velvet, rich and golden and infinitely warm. "I have been waiting for you in this garden of eternal spring, where all hearts find the love and acceptance they seek." At the heart of the garden, reclining on a couch made of woven flowers that seemed to renew themselves constantly, was the most radiant being Maya had ever beheld. Ishtar, the ancient goddess of love and dreams, was beauty incarnate, not in any specific physical form, but as a living embodiment of all that was lovely and gracious in creation. Her hair flowed like liquid starlight, sometimes appearing golden, sometimes silver, sometimes the deep blue-black of midnight skies. Her robes shifted and changed like water, now deep emerald, now warm coral, now the pale pink of cherry blossoms at dawn. But it was her eyes that captured Maya completely, eyes that held all the love in the universe, warm and accepting, and absolutely without judgment. In Ishtar's gaze, Maya felt herself seen and valued in a way she had never experienced before, as if every part of her being was not just accepted, but celebrated as a precious gift to the world. "Come," Ishtar said, patting the flowering couch beside her. "Come and rest in the garden where dreams are born. You have learned to breathe with the rhythm of creation, and now you must learn to love yourself with the same tenderness that the earth shows to every growing thing." Maya approached the goddess with a heart full of wonder, her bare feet silent on grass, so soft it felt like walking on clouds. The garden around her was alive with gentle activity, butterflies with wings like stained glass windows drifted from flower to flower, their movements creating tiny breezes that carried new fragrances with each flutter. Somewhere in the distance, a fountain played a melody as water fell in precise patterns, creating music more beautiful than any earthly composition. The couch of flowers molded itself perfectly to Maya's form as she settled beside the goddess, supporting her body in complete comfort while surrounding her with the most exquisite fragrances. The petals were soft as silk against her skin, and she felt as if she were being cradled in the lap of nature herself, held and cherished beyond any worldly care or concern. "Tell me, dear one," Ishtar said, her voice carrying the gentle warmth of summer rain. "What harsh words have you spoken to yourself in the lonely hours when sleep would not come? What judgments have you carried that make your heart heavy when it should be light as flower petals on the evening breeze?" The question touched something deep within Maya's chest, and she felt tears beginning to form, not tears of sadness, but of recognition and relief. In the goddess's presence, she found herself able to speak truths she had never voiced before, admissions of the ways she had been unkind to herself, the impossible standards she had set, the love she had withheld from her own weary heart. "I tell myself I'm not good enough," Maya whispered, surprised by her own honesty. "I lie awake, cataloging my failures, replaying conversations where I said the wrong thing, worrying about tomorrow's tasks that I might not complete perfectly. I treat myself like an enemy rather than a friend, and then wonder why peace feels so far away." Ishtar's expression was infinitely compassionate, her eyes holding Maya's pain without judgment or the need to fix or change anything. "Oh, precious child," she said softly, reaching out to stroke Maya's hair with fingers that felt like the caress of warm silk. "How long you have been carrying burdens that were never yours to bear. Tonight, in this garden of unconditional love, you will learn the art of divine self-compassion, the foundation upon which all peaceful sleep must rest." The goddess gestured to the garden around them, and as she did, Maya noticed something miraculous happening. Every flower, every vine, every blade of grass seemed to be glowing with a soft, warm light that pulsed gently like a heartbeat. The light was the color of pure love, a rosy golden radiance that spoke directly to the heart without need for words or explanations. "See how the earth loves every growing thing," Ishtar said, her voice taking on the quality of a loving mother, telling the most important bedtime story in the world. "The soil does not judge the flower for growing slowly, nor does the rain withhold itself from plants that are less than perfect. Creation itself is an act of unconditional love, accepting and nurturing each manifestation of life exactly as it is, while simultaneously supporting its growth into whatever it is meant to become." As Maya watched, the garden seemed to come alive with this demonstration of universal love. She could almost see the nutrients flowing up through root systems, the water molecules embracing each cell, the sunlight, though it was night, being absorbed and transformed into the energy that sustained all growth. Every process was gentle, patient, and completely without force or judgment. "Your body is part of this same creation," Ishtar continued, her words flowing like music through Maya's consciousness. "Your heart beats with the same rhythm that moves the sap through trees and pulls the tides across distant shores. Your breath flows with the same pattern that moves clouds across the sky and brings rain to thirsty fields. You are not separate from this love. You are an expression of it, a precious manifestation of the universe's infinite capacity for beauty and grace." The goddess stood gracefully and moved to a nearby fountain that Maya hadn't noticed before, a structure of unimaginable beauty carved from rose quartz that seemed to glow with inner light. Instead of water, the fountain flowed with what appeared to be liquid love itself, a substance that sparkled with all the colors of sunset and created the most peaceful sound as it fell, like distant harps playing a lullaby for the stars. "This is the fountain of self-compassion," Ishtar explained, cupping the flowing essence in her hands. "Its waters carry the same love that brought you into existence, the same tenderness that shaped your first breath and will be with you until your last. Drink deeply, and let this love dissolve the harsh words you have spoken to yourself, the judgments that have made your heart heavy, the standards that no mortal soul was ever meant to meet. Maya approached the fountain with reverence, understanding that she was about to receive a gift more precious than any earthly treasure. The liquid love in Ishtar's cupped hands sparkled with such pure radiance that looking at it filled her entire being with warmth and acceptance. She lowered her lips to drink from the goddess's hands, and as the essence touched her tongue, she felt a transformation beginning that went deeper than thought or emotion. The liquid love flowed through her entire system like warm honey, reaching every cell and fiber with its message of unconditional acceptance. Maya felt the tight knots of self-criticism beginning to loosen in her chest, the harsh voice of her inner judge growing softer and less insistent. In its place arose a new voice, gentle, encouraging, filled with the same love she would offer to a dear friend who was struggling. Feel how this love changes everything, Ishtar said softly, her hands now resting gently on Maya's shoulders. When you love yourself with divine compassion, sleep becomes natural, not something you must achieve or earn, but something you graciously receive as your birthright. Your body relaxes because it knows it is cherished. Your mind grows quiet because it no longer needs to defend against your own criticism. Maya stood by the fountain, feeling waves of transformation washing through her being. The self-directed anger that had been her companion for so many sleepless nights was dissolving like salt in warm water, replaced by a profound sense of tenderness toward herself that felt both completely new and perfectly natural. She was beginning to understand that the harsh treatment she had given herself was not motivating or helpful. It was simply another form of violence that kept her system in a state of alert tension that made rest impossible. "Come," Ishtar said, leading Maya to a special area of the garden where the most beautiful flowers grew in perfect spirals around a circular space of soft grass. Let us practice the meditation of loving kindness toward yourself, the practice that will transform your relationship with your own heart and mind. They settled onto the grass, which was so perfectly soft it felt like sitting on the finest silk cushions. The flowers around them released their fragrances in gentle waves, creating an atmosphere so peaceful and nurturing that Maya felt held by the very air itself. Ishtar's presence beside her was like being wrapped in the warmest, most loving embrace, a field of acceptance so complete that every cell in Maya's body began to relax into it. "Close your eyes," Ishtar instructed gently, "and place your hands upon your heart. Feel the steady beating that has carried you through every moment of your life, never faltering, never judging, simply loving you into existence with each rhythmic pulse." Maya followed the goddess's guidance, placing her palms flat against her chest and feeling the warm, steady rhythm beneath her hands. It was remarkable how different her heartbeat felt when she approached it with this new awareness, not as something to monitor anxiously, but as a faithful friend that had been with her since before her first breath, working tirelessly on her behalf without ever asking for recognition or reward. Now, Ishtar continued, her voice flowing like warm honey through Maya's consciousness. Speak to your heart as you would to a beloved child who needs comfort. Use words of tenderness and encouragement, the same phrases you would offer to anyone you truly cherished who was struggling with rest and peace. Maya felt the words arising naturally from some deep place within her, words she had never thought to speak to herself before. "Dear heart," she whispered, her voice soft with newfound tenderness. "You have been working so hard, carrying so much. You deserve rest and peace. You deserve to be loved exactly as you are, without needing to change or improve or be different in any way." As she spoke these words, Maya felt a profound shift occurring in her chest, a loosening of tension she hadn't even realized she was carrying, a melting of the barriers she had built between herself and her own capacity for self-love. The harsh, critical voice that had been her constant companion began to fade, replaced by this new voice of compassion that felt like coming home to herself after a long exile. Feel how your body responds to this loving kindness, Ishtar observed, her own voice a model of gentle acceptance. Notice how your shoulders naturally drop, how your breathing deepens, how every muscle begins to soften when it knows it is safe and cherished. This is the foundation of all peaceful sleep, a nervous system that feels held in love rather than under attack. The meditation continued as Ishtar guided Maya through speaking words of compassion to every part of her being, her tired mind that had been working so hard to solve every problem, her weary body that had been carrying tension like a loyal soldier standing guard, her tender spirit that had been yearning for acceptance and rest. With each phrase of loving kindness, Maya felt another layer of self-directed harshness dissolving away. Around them, the garden responded to this outpouring of love with gentle signs of approval. The flowers seemed to glow more brightly, their fragrances growing sweeter and more complex. Night blooming, jasmine opened its petals in spiraling patterns that caught the starlight, while roses released their perfume in waves that matched the rhythm of Maya's increasingly peaceful breathing. "This love you are feeling," Ishtar said, as the meditation gradually came to a close, "is not something you need to create or earn. It is your natural state, the frequency your heart operates on when it is not clouded by judgment and criticism. Every night as you prepare for sleep, remember to return to this place of self-compassion this garden of acceptance that exists always within your own heart. The goddess rose gracefully and moved to another section of the garden where a small grove of fig trees grew in perfect symmetry around a circular pool of the clearest water Maya had ever seen. The surface of the pool reflected not just the stars above, but seemed to show images of all the moments in Maya's life when she had been truly loved by parents, friends, pets, mentors, and nature itself. The images shifted and flowed like liquid memories, each one carrying its own feeling of warmth and acceptance. This is the pool of remembered love, Ishtar explained, gathering some of the water in a small silver vessel that appeared in her hands. It contains the essence of every loving moment you have ever experienced, concentrated into a form that can remind your heart of its true nature whenever doubt or self-criticism arise. She brought the vessel to Maya, who could see that the water within sparkled with countless tiny lights, each one a condensed memory of love received and given. The sight was so beautiful that Maya felt tears of gratitude flowing down her cheeks, not tears of sadness, but of recognition and homecoming. A few drops of this upon your pillow will remind you each night that you are worthy of the same love you so freely give to others, Ishtar said, placing the vessel gently in Maya's hands. But more importantly, you now carry within you the practice of self-compassion itself. This is the gift that will transform not just your sleep, but every moment of your waking life. Maya held the vessel carefully, feeling that it contained not just water, but the very essence of what she had learned in this magical garden. The practice of loving kindness toward herself felt like a key that unlocked a door she hadn't even known existed, a doorway to peace that had always been available, but had been hidden behind walls of self-judgment and criticism. "Thank you," Maya whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "I feel as if I'm meeting myself for the first time, seeing myself through eyes of love instead of constant evaluation and finding fault." Ishtar smiled with radiant warmth, her entire being glowing with the joy of a teacher who has successfully shared precious wisdom. "The love was always there, precious one. I have simply helped you remove the clouds that were obscuring your view of your own beautiful heart. Now, the river calls to carry you onward, where new teachers await to share their gifts of restoration and peace." As Maya made her way back toward the river, she felt fundamentally changed by her time in Ishtar's garden. The constant background noise of self-criticism that had been her companion for so many years had quieted to barely a whisper, replaced by a warm presence of self-acceptance that felt like being wrapped in the most comfortable blanket imaginable. Her entire relationship with herself had shifted, and she could already sense how this would transform her ability to rest and sleep. The river of dreams welcomed her back into its warm embrace. And as the current began to carry her gently downstream, Maya practiced the loving kindness meditation Ishtar had taught her. With each phrase of compassion she offered to herself, she felt her body relaxing more deeply into the river's supporting flow, her mind growing quieter and more peaceful. The garden of Ishtar's dreams slowly faded behind her as the river curved through new landscapes. But the essence of what she had learned there remained with her like a warm light glowing in her chest. She carried with her not just the silver vessel of remembered love, but something far more precious, the knowledge that she was worthy of the same kindness and acceptance she offered so freely to others, and that this self-love was the foundation upon which all peaceful sleep must rest. Chapter 4: The Hall of Marduk's Strength. The river of dreams carried Maya through a landscape that gradually transformed from the soft, flowering abundance of Ishtar's realm into something more structured and powerfully grounded. The banks grew higher and more defined, lined with ancient cedar trees whose massive trunks spoke of centuries of patient growth. Their branches formed a natural cathedral overhead, filtering the starlight into gentle beams that illuminated the path ahead with steady, reassuring light. As Maya floated peacefully in the warm waters, practicing the loving self-compassion Ishtar had taught her, she became aware of a new energy emanating from somewhere downstream. It was different from the flowing grace of Enlil's wind or the nurturing abundance of Ishtar's garden. This energy felt solid, reliable, like the deep roots of mountains or the steady presence of earth itself. There was strength in it, but not the harsh, demanding strength of force or struggle. Rather, it was the quiet, enduring strength of things that have weathered many storms and emerged more beautiful for having done so. The sound that reached her ears matched this energy perfectly, a deep, rhythmic resonance that seemed to come from the very foundations of the earth. It was like the heartbeat of the planet itself, slow and steady and infinitely reliable. As Maya listened, she felt her own pulse beginning to synchronize with this cosmic rhythm, her entire body settling into a deeper state of relaxation as it recognized the safety and stability this sound represented. The river curved gently to the left, and as Maya rounded the bend, she saw before her a sight that took her breath away. Rising from a broad plaza of polished granite was a temple unlike any of the others she had encountered. Where Enlil's temple had been all flowing curves and Ishtar's had been abundant with growing things, this structure spoke of eternal endurance and unshakable foundation. The temple was built from blocks of black granite, so perfectly fitted that no mortar was visible between them. as if the entire structure had been carved from a single, enormous stone. The walls rose in strong, clean lines that suggested both power and grace, while columns of deep blue lapis lazuli supported a roof that was open to the stars, but sheltered by an intricate framework of cedar beams that seemed to grow naturally from the stone itself. What struck Maya most powerfully about the temple was the sense of absolute solidity it projected. This was a place that had stood since the beginning of time and would remain long after the stars had rearranged themselves in new patterns. It radiated the kind of strength that comes not from resistance or force, but from perfect alignment with natural laws. The strength of water flowing downhill, of trees growing toward light, of seasons following their eternal cycles without struggle or strain. As the river brought her closer to the temple's base, Maya could see that the granite plaza was carved with intricate patterns that seemed to map the movements of celestial bodies, spiraling galaxies, the orbits of planets, the paths of comets across vast expanses of space and time. Walking among these cosmic maps was a figure of such commanding presence that Maya felt immediately both awed and completely safe in equal measure. Marduk, the great god of order and justice, stood nearly 8 feet tall, his form perfectly proportioned and radiating the kind of strength that comes from absolute confidence in one's purpose and place in creation. His hair fell in waves like polished obsidian, and his beard was braided with threads of gold that caught and reflected the starlight. His robes were deep midnight blue, embroidered with constellations that seemed to move and shift as Maya watched, showing the eternal dance of cosmic forces in perfect harmony. But it was his eyes that captured her completely, eyes like deep pools of starlit water, ancient beyond measure, yet filled with a warmth and kindness that spoke of wisdom, earned through countless ages of patient observation and gentle guidance. In Marduk's gaze, Maya felt the presence of a protector who would never fail, a strength she could rely upon absolutely, without fear of disappointment or abandonment. "Welcome, weary traveler," Marduk spoke, and his voice was like distant thunder rolling across peaceful valleys, deep and resonant, carrying the authority of mountains and the comfort of solid ground beneath one's feet. You have learned to breathe with creation's rhythm and to love yourself with divine compassion. Now, you must discover the strength that lies within your own being, not the strength of struggle and force, but the enduring power of alignment with your deepest truth. Maya climbed the water-smoothed steps that led from the river to the plaza, feeling the solid granite beneath her feet like a blessing after so much floating and flowing. Each step connected her more firmly to the earth's energy, grounding and centering her in a way that felt both novel and completely natural. The stone was surprisingly warm beneath her bare feet, as if it held the accumulated warmth of countless suns within its crystalline structure. "Come," Marduk said, extending a hand toward the temple entrance. "Let us enter the hall of enduring strength, where you will learn to distinguish between the false strength of resistance and the true strength of surrender to what is greater than yourself." The interior of the temple was a marvel of both grandeur and comfort. The granite walls rose to a great height, their surfaces polished to a mirror finish that reflected the soft light emanating from crystalline formations embedded in the stone. These crystals pulsed gently with a deep blue radiance that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the earth, creating an atmosphere of profound stability and peace. The floor was covered with rugs woven from the finest wool in patterns that depicted the great myths of creation, stories of how order emerged from chaos, how strength grew from gentleness, how the greatest victories were won not through force, but through patience and wisdom. The colors were deep and rich: midnight blues, forest greens, and warm golds that seemed to absorb and reflect the crystalline light in endlessly shifting patterns. At the center of the great hall stood what could only be described as a throne, though it was unlike any royal seat Maya had ever imagined. Carved from a single enormous sapphire, it radiated a deep blue light that seemed to pulse in harmony with the rhythm of creation itself. The throne was not elevated on steps or platforms, but sat directly on the floor, accessible and welcoming, rather than distant and intimidating. "This is the seat of true strength," Marduk explained, his voice carrying the warmth of a teacher sharing precious knowledge with a beloved student. "It is carved from the sapphire of sovereignty, not the sovereignty that comes from dominating others, but the sovereignty that emerges when one is perfectly aligned with divine will and natural law." Maya approached the magnificent throne with a mixture of reverence and curiosity. As she drew closer, she could see that the sapphire was not simply a solid blue, but contained within it what appeared to be entire galaxies, swirling patterns of light that moved in slow, hypnotic spirals, suggesting the vast cosmic forces that govern the movement of stars and planets. "Sit," Marduk invited gently, "and feel what it means to be supported by the fundamental strength of creation itself." Maya settled onto the sapphire throne, expecting it to be cold and hard, but instead finding it perfectly comfortable, molding itself to her form, while remaining absolutely solid and supportive. The moment she sat down, she felt a profound shift in her entire energy system. It was as if she had suddenly plugged into some vast source of power that existed beneath and beyond all the surface turbulence of daily life. the sensation was extraordinary, not an increase in nervous energy or excitement, but a deep, quiet strength that seemed to flow up from the very foundations of existence itself. Maya felt her spine naturally straightening, not through effort or tension, but because she was now aligned with currents of energy that supported perfect posture without any strain or struggle. "What you are feeling," Marduk said, moving to stand before the throne, "is the strength that belongs to every living being as their birthright. It is the power that moves mountains not by force, but by persistence. That grows great trees not through struggle, but through patient reaching toward light. That creates lasting change not through violence, but through unwavering commitment to truth." As he spoke, Maya became aware that the feeling of strength flowing through her was completely different from anything she had experienced before. She was used to strength as tension, as the effort required to push through resistance or overcome obstacles. This was something entirely different, a sense of being supported and carried by forces far greater than her individual will, yet forces that were completely aligned with her deepest well-being. "The strength you have been trying to find in your daily life," Marduk continued, beginning to pace slowly around the throne. "The strength to handle challenges, to meet deadlines, to fulfill expectations. This is not real strength, but a form of violence against yourself. True strength comes not from what you can force yourself to do, but from how perfectly you can align yourself with the flow of life itself." His words resonated through Maya's entire being like the deep notes of a cosmic bell, awakening understanding that went far beyond intellectual comprehension. She began to see how much energy she had been wasting in her daily life, fighting against circumstances, instead of finding the current of natural order that existed within every situation, struggling to make things happen instead of discovering the effortless power that emerged when she moved in harmony with larger patterns. "Let me show you the difference," Marduk said, moving to a section of the hall where the granite wall was carved with intricate reliefs depicting scenes from ancient battles and victories. These images tell the story of two kinds of strength: the strength of the warrior who fights against the river, and the strength of the sage who learns to navigate with its current. The reliefs seemed to come alive as Marduk gestured toward them, the carved figures moving in slow, dreamlike sequences that illustrated his teaching. Maya watched as scenes unfolded, showing warriors exhausting themselves in futile battles against overwhelming forces, their strength depleted by their resistance to what they could not control. Then the images shifted to show wise figures who achieved great things not through force, but through perfect timing, moving with natural rhythms instead of against them. See how the sage accomplishes more with less effort, Marduk observed, his voice taking on the rhythm of a storyteller, sharing timeless wisdom. This is the strength you must learn to access, not the frantic energy of emergency, but the steady power of alignment with divine purpose. Maya felt the truth of these words settling into her bones as she sat on the sapphire throne. The strength flowing through her was sustainable in a way that her usual forms of effort were not. She could sense that this was the kind of power that could carry her through any challenge without depleting her reserves. The kind of strength that actually increased with use rather than diminishing. Now, Marduk said, returning to stand before the throne, let us practice the meditation of true strength, the practice that will teach you to access this enduring power whenever you need it, especially in those moments when sleep feels elusive, because your mind believes it must solve every problem before it can rest. He gestured for Maya to close her eyes, and as she did, she felt the sapphire throne's energy intensifying, connecting her even more deeply to the vast network of support that flowed beneath the surface of ordinary awareness. The sensation was like having roots that extended deep into the earth, while simultaneously being connected to the infinite space of the sky above. Feel the strength flowing up from the earth beneath you, Marduk instructed, his voice now seeming to come from the very foundations of the temple itself. This is the accumulated power of millions of years of planetary evolution, the strength that built mountains and carved canyons, that brought forth life in countless forms and sustained it through endless cycles of growth and renewal. Maya followed his guidance, sensing what felt like liquid strength flowing up through the stone of the throne and into her own energy system. It was remarkable how different this felt from her usual experience of trying to generate energy through will or effort. This strength was already there, had always been there, waiting for her to simply open to receive it. Now feel the strength flowing down from the cosmos above. Marduk continued. The power of infinite space, of stars burning with the fire of creation, of galaxies spinning in perfect harmony with mathematical laws that ensure the continuation of all existence. As Maya opened her awareness upward, she felt another stream of strength joining the first, this one lighter and more expansive, carrying with it a sense of unlimited possibility and cosmic support. The two streams met somewhere in the region of her heart, creating a sensation of being perfectly balanced between earth and sky, grounded yet free, supported yet liberated. This is your natural state, Marduk said softly, his words flowing through her consciousness like warm honey. When you are aligned with both earthly wisdom and cosmic truth, you have access to unlimited strength that requires no effort to maintain. This is the strength that will carry you through any challenge, the power that will support you in releasing control and trusting in the deeper intelligence that governs all life. The meditation continued as Marduk guided Maya through various visualizations and breathing techniques designed to help her remember and access this state of aligned strength. She learned to distinguish between the tight, effortful energy of forcing solutions and the expanded, flowing energy of moving with divine purpose. She practiced releasing her grip on problems and trusting that the same intelligence that moved planets in their orbits was perfectly capable of handling the challenges in her own life. As the practices deepened, Maya felt a profound shift occurring in her relationship to the difficulties and uncertainties that had been keeping her awake at night. Instead of feeling that she needed to solve everything through personal effort, she began to sense that she could trust in a larger process that was always working on her behalf, even when she couldn't see or understand how. The mind that cannot sleep, Marduk explained, as the meditation gradually came to a close, is usually a mind that believes it must carry burdens that were never meant for human shoulders. When you remember how to access true strength, the strength of alignment rather than resistance, you can release these burdens to forces far more capable of handling them than your individual will. Maya opened her eyes slowly, feeling fundamentally transformed by the experience. The anxiety that had been her constant companion for so many sleepless nights was still present, but it no longer felt overwhelming or impossible to handle. Instead, she felt connected to a source of strength and support that could easily contain whatever challenges arose, without requiring her to exhaust herself in the process. Marduk moved to an alcove where ancient weapons were displayed, not instruments of war, but ceremonial tools that represented the spiritual warrior's arsenal. He selected a small amulet made of deep blue sapphire, carved in the shape of a mountain, and brought it back to where Maya still sat on the throne. "This is the amulet of enduring strength," he said, placing it gently in her hands. "It carries the frequency of perfect alignment, the vibration of strength that comes from harmony rather than struggle. Wear it close to your heart, and it will remind you that you have access to all the power you need, not through effort, but through surrender to what is greater than yourself." Maya held the amulet up to the light, watching how the sapphire seemed to contain depths that went on forever. Like looking into the heart of the earth itself, she could feel that it was more than just a physical object. It was a condensed form of the very experience she had just undergone, a way to carry the temple's energy with her wherever she went. "Thank you," she said, her voice filled with quiet gratitude. "I feel as if I've been trying to be strong in all the wrong ways, fighting battles that weren't mine to fight, carrying weights that were never meant for me to bear alone. Marduk smiled with the satisfaction of a teacher who has successfully transmitted precious knowledge. True strength, dear one, is knowing when to act and when to trust, when to engage and when to surrender. The warrior who learns this distinction becomes invincible, not because they can defeat all enemies, but because they no longer create enemies out of the natural flow of life. As Maya rose from the sapphire throne and prepared to return to the river, she felt the new understanding settling into every cell of her being. The frantic energy that had been driving her for so many years was transforming into something sustainable and peaceful. The quiet strength of alignment with forces far greater and wiser than her individual will. The river of dreams welcomed her back with its familiar warmth. And as the current began to carry her away from Marduk's temple, Maya practiced the techniques he had taught her. She felt the dual streams of earthly and cosmic strength flowing through her being, creating a foundation of support that made the very idea of struggle seem unnecessary and obsolete. The hall of Marduk's strength gradually disappeared behind her as the river carried her toward new adventures. But the essence of what she had learned there remained with her like a deep, quiet confidence in her bones. She no longer felt alone in facing life's challenges, but supported by the same fundamental forces that maintained the harmony of creation itself. A strength that was always available, requiring only her willingness to stop fighting and start flowing with the deeper currents of existence. Chapter 5: The Observatory of Nabu's Wisdom. The river of dreams flowed onward through a landscape that seemed to shimmer with accumulated knowledge and ancient understanding. The banks were lined with papyrus reeds that rustled in the gentle breeze, their whispered conversations carrying fragments of stories, equations, and poems from civilizations long past. Maya floated peacefully in the warm waters, feeling the steady strength that Marduk had awakened within her, flowing through her being like a quiet current of unshakable confidence. As she drifted downstream, she began to notice changes in the quality of light around her. The starlight seemed brighter here, more focused, as if the very atmosphere was designed to enhance clarity and understanding. The water beneath her sparkled with tiny points of illumination that looked like reflected stars. But when she looked more closely, she realized they were actually symbols and letters from countless alphabets, flowing past her in the current like a river of liquid knowledge. The fragrance in the air was different too, clean and sharp like mountain air, with undertones of cedar wood, ink, and parchment. It was the scent of libraries and scriptorium, of places where wisdom was carefully preserved and transmitted from one generation to the next. Breathing it in, Maya felt her mind becoming clearer and more spacious, as if mental fog she hadn't even noticed was lifting to reveal landscapes of understanding she had never seen before. Ahead, the river began to widen into a broad pool, surrounded by what appeared to be the most magnificent library ever conceived. Terraced gardens rose in perfect symmetry on both sides of the water. But instead of flowers, these terraces were filled with scrolls, tablets, and books arranged in precise geometric patterns. The volumes seemed to glow with their own inner light, each one radiating the accumulated wisdom it contained into the peaceful night air. At the center of this literary paradise stood a tower that stretched so high it seemed to touch the stars themselves. The structure was built from white marble that gleamed like captured moonlight, its walls covered with astronomical instruments, star charts, and mathematical diagrams that moved and shifted like living things. At the very top of the tower, Maya could see a great observatory dome that appeared to be made of transparent crystal, through which the light of distant galaxies streamed down in focused beams. As the river carried her closer to the marble steps that led up to this temple of knowledge, Maya became aware of a presence that was different from any of the deities she had encountered so far. Where Enlil had been wind-like and flowing, Ishtar nurturing and abundant, and Marduk powerfully grounded, this new energy felt crystalline and precise, like the perfect clarity of morning light, or the elegant solution to a complex mathematical problem. Sitting cross-legged on the steps, surrounded by floating scrolls that seemed to write themselves with characters of pure light, was a figure of such intellectual beauty that Maya felt her mind immediately becoming more alert and focused. Nabu, the god of writing and wisdom, appeared as a young man of perhaps 30 years, with dark hair that seemed to contain the shadows of countless thoughts, and eyes that held the depth of all accumulated knowledge. His robes were the deep blue of midnight sky, covered with equations and diagrams that shifted and changed as Maya watched, showing the mathematical relationships that governed everything from the spiral patterns in seashells to the orbits of distant planets. In his hands, he held a stylus made of crystallized starlight, and wherever he pointed it, words and symbols appeared in the air, glowing briefly before dissolving back into the ambient light. "Welcome, seeker of understanding," Nabu spoke, and his voice had the clarity of truth itself, each word perfectly chosen and placed with the precision of a master craftsman. "You have learned to breathe with cosmic rhythm, to love yourself with divine compassion, and to access the strength that comes from alignment with natural law. Now you must discover the wisdom that will free your mind from the endless circles of worry and planning that prevent the deep rest your soul craves. Maya climbed the marble steps slowly, marveling at how each one was carved with different symbols from various writing systems. Hieroglyphics, cuneiform, Sanskrit, and scripts she didn't recognize, but somehow understood at a level deeper than conscious thought. The stone was smooth and pleasantly cool beneath her feet, and with each step upward, she felt her mental faculties becoming sharper and more refined. "Tell me," Nabu said as she approached, his penetrating gaze seeming to read the contents of her mind like an open book. "What thoughts circle endlessly in your consciousness when you lie down to sleep? What problems does your mind believe it must solve before it can grant you the permission to rest?" The question touched something deep in Maya's awareness, and she found herself able to articulate concerns that usually remained below the threshold of clear expression. "My mind races with lists," she admitted, settling onto the marble step beside the god. "Things I need to do tomorrow, conversations I should have handled differently, plans that need to be perfect before I can implement them. It's as if my mind believes that thinking about problems is the same as solving them, and that if I stop thinking, everything will fall apart." Nabu nodded with the understanding of one who had observed this particular form of mental suffering countless times throughout human history. "Ah, the tyranny of the untrained mind," he said compassionately. "Your thoughts have become like wild horses running in circles, using tremendous energy while going nowhere at all. Tonight, you will learn the art of mental clarity, how to distinguish between productive thinking and mental noise, how to engage your intellect when it serves you, and how to set it aside when it becomes an obstacle to peace." He gestured toward the tower behind them, and as he did, one of the floating scrolls drifted down to hover between them. Maya could see that it was covered with a diagram that showed the human mind as a complex landscape, some areas clear and illuminated, others clouded with repetitive thoughts, and still others dark with unconscious fears and assumptions. "The mind is like a great library," Nabu explained, his voice taking on the rhythm of a master teacher, sharing fundamental principles. "In a well-organized library, you can find exactly the information you need quickly and efficiently. Then return the books to their proper places when you're finished. But in a disorganized library, books are scattered everywhere. The same volumes are pulled out again and again without being read, and the librarian spends all his time searching for things that are right in front of him." Maya studied the diagram, recognizing patterns that were all too familiar from her own mental experience. The areas marked as repetitive worry and circular planning were highlighted in colors that seemed to pulse with agitated energy, while the regions labeled clear seeing and creative insight glowed with calm, steady light. Your mind has become disorganized, Nabu continued gently. Not through any fault of your own, but because no one ever taught you how to be a good librarian of your own thoughts. You pull out the same worries night after night, examine them without finding new solutions, then fail to return them to their proper place so you can move on to more productive mental activities. The god stood gracefully and began walking toward the entrance of the great tower, the floating scrolls arranging themselves in perfect formation around him, like an honor guard of living knowledge. Come, he said, let us ascend to the observatory, where you will learn the practices that will transform your relationship with your own mind. The interior of the tower was unlike anything Maya had ever experienced. The walls were lined with crystalline structures that seemed to be living computers, processing information at speeds beyond comprehension, while maintaining an atmosphere of perfect serenity. Light flowed through these crystals in patterns that suggested complex thoughts being organized, analyzed, and stored with elegant efficiency. As they climbed the spiraling staircase that wound up through the center of the tower, Maya noticed that each level was dedicated to different forms of knowledge. She glimpsed rooms filled with scrolls containing the wisdom of healers, chambers where astronomical calculations revealed the patterns governing celestial movements, and laboratories where the fundamental principles of matter and energy were explored with tools that seemed to be made of crystallized understanding itself. Each level represents a different function of the awakened mind, Nabu explained as they climbed. The lower levels handle practical matters, planning, organizing, problem solving within known parameters. The middle levels engage in creative synthesis, combining existing knowledge in new ways, seeing patterns that connect seemingly unrelated phenomena. The highest levels access pure insight, direct knowing that transcends the limitations of sequential thought. As they ascended, Maya felt her own mind naturally organizing itself along similar lines. The anxious, repetitive thoughts that usually dominated her mental landscape began to settle into their appropriate categories, while her capacity for clear seeing and creative understanding expanded like a flower opening to sunlight. Finally, they reached the top of the tower and stepped into the crystal observatory. The space was breathtaking, a perfect dome of transparent crystal through which the entire cosmos was visible in stunning detail. Stars, planets, and galaxies appeared close enough to touch, their light streaming down in focused beams that created a constantly shifting mandala of illumination on the floor below. At the center of the observatory stood a meditation seat carved from a single piece of clear quartz, surrounded by astronomical instruments that seemed to be made of crystallized mathematics. The entire space hummed with the frequency of pure intelligence, not the agitated mental energy Maya was used to, but the calm, spacious awareness that could contain and organize any amount of information without strain or confusion. "Sit," Nabu invited, gesturing toward the quartz meditation seat. "Allow your mind to be illuminated by the same clarity that governs the movements of celestial bodies." Maya settled onto the crystal seat, feeling immediately how it seemed to amplify and focus her mental faculties. The scattered, racing quality of her usual thoughts began to settle, replaced by a crystalline clarity that was both energizing and deeply peaceful. She could think when she chose to think, but she was no longer at the mercy of thoughts that arose unbidden and circulated endlessly without purpose. "The first practice," Nabu said, taking his place at one of the astronomical instruments, "is learning to distinguish between signal and noise in your mental processes. Most of what you call thinking is actually just mental noise, the same patterns repeating without generating new insight or solutions." He adjusted the instrument he was working with, and suddenly the crystal dome above them filled with visual representations of different types of mental activity. Maya could see streams of thoughts flowing in various patterns, some moving in tight, repetitive circles, others flowing in straight lines toward clear destinations, and still others dancing in creative spirals that generated new possibilities with each turn. "Watch the circular patterns," Nabu instructed. "These represent worry loops, thoughts that cycle endlessly without producing anything useful. See how they consume enormous amounts of mental energy while making no progress toward their stated goals." Maya observed the circular patterns with fascination, recognizing them as exact representations of her own mental habits. She could see how thoughts like, "What if I don't sleep tonight?" and "How will I handle tomorrow's meeting?" circled around and around, using up her attention without ever arriving at any useful conclusions or actionable solutions. "Now observe the linear patterns," Nabu continued. "These represent productive thinking, mental activity that moves from problem identification to analysis to solution to implementation. See how much less energy they require and how much more they accomplish." The linear patterns were indeed more efficient, moving with purpose and direction rather than spinning in place. Maya began to understand that the exhaustion she felt after nights of mental activity wasn't from thinking itself, but from the inefficient way she had been using her mental faculties. "And finally, observe the spiral patterns," Nabu said, his voice filled with appreciation for the beauty of what he was showing her. "These represent creative insight, the type of thinking that generates entirely new possibilities rather than just rearranging existing information. The spiral patterns were the most beautiful of all, moving with a dancing quality that seemed to create new information out of the very fabric of consciousness itself. As Maya watched them, she felt her own mind beginning to move in similar patterns, generating insights and connections that surprised and delighted her. "Now," Nabu said, returning his attention to Maya, "we will practice the meditation of mental clarity, the technique that will allow you to choose consciously which type of thinking serves you in each moment, and how to gently redirect your mental energy when it falls into unproductive patterns." Maya closed her eyes and felt the crystal seat beneath her amplifying her natural capacity for clear awareness. The agitated mental chatter that usually filled her consciousness began to quiet, replaced by a spacious alertness that could observe thoughts without being caught up in their content. Begin by simply noticing what arises in your awareness, Nabu instructed, his voice now seeming to come from the crystal dome itself. Do not try to stop thoughts or change them. Simply observe them with the same detached interest you might have while watching clouds pass across the sky. As Maya settled into this observational stance, she was amazed to discover how many different types of mental activity were constantly occurring below the threshold of her usual awareness. There were indeed the circular worry patterns she recognized, but there were also streams of creative insight, flows of memory and association, and areas of perfect stillness that felt like pools of liquid peace. When you notice circular, repetitive thinking, Nabu continued, do not fight it or judge yourself for it. Simply acknowledge its presence with kindness. Then gently redirect your attention to something more productive. Think of yourself as a gentle librarian, carefully moving books from the wrong shelves to their proper places. Maya practiced this technique, catching herself when her mind began to circle around familiar worries, and gently guiding her attention toward more useful mental activities. To her surprise, the thoughts didn't resist this redirection. They seemed almost grateful to be organized into more efficient patterns. Notice how much mental energy becomes available when you stop feeding the worry loops, Nabu observed. This energy can now be used for creative problem solving, or better yet, it can be allowed to settle into the deep stillness that naturally supports peaceful sleep. As the meditation deepened, Maya felt her mind naturally organizing itself into the clear, efficient patterns she had observed in the crystal dome. Productive thoughts moved with purpose and direction. Creative insights arose in beautiful spiraling patterns. And underneath it all was a vast space of peaceful awareness that required no effort to maintain. This spacious awareness, Nabu said softly, is your natural mental state. It is always present beneath the surface activity of thinking, just as the deep ocean remains calm even when storms create waves on the surface, when you remember how to rest in this awareness, sleep becomes natural because your mind is no longer caught in the exhausting activity of mental noise. The practice continued as Nabu guided Maya through various techniques for accessing and maintaining this state of mental clarity. She learned to recognize the early signs of unproductive thinking and redirect her attention before worry loops could gain momentum. She discovered how to engage her analytical mind when it was needed for genuine problem solving, then how to set it aside when its work was complete. Most importantly, she learned to rest in the spacious awareness that existed beyond all mental activity, the consciousness that could contain any amount of thinking without being disturbed by it, like a vast sky that remains unchanged, whether it holds clouds or clear blue emptiness. As the meditation gradually came to a close, Maya felt fundamentally transformed in her relationship to her own mind. The mental agitation that had been her constant companion for so many sleepless nights was still present in potential, but she now had the tools to recognize it early and guide it into more productive channels. Nabu rose from his position at the astronomical instrument and moved to a cabinet filled with scrolls that seemed to be writing themselves with characters of living light. He selected one particular scroll that glowed with especially pure radiance and brought it back to where Maya still sat on the crystal meditation seat. "This is the scroll of mental clarity," he said, placing it gently in her hands. "It contains the essence of what you have learned here, the practices that will keep your mind organized and efficient, allowing it to serve you during waking hours and to rest completely when sleep is needed." Maya unrolled the scroll slightly and was amazed to see that the words written upon it were not in any language she recognized. Yet she understood their meaning perfectly. The text seemed to write itself directly into her consciousness, becoming part of her mental toolkit rather than merely information to be remembered. But more than this external aid, Nabu continued, you now carry within yourself the capacity for mental clarity that is your birthright. You are no longer at the mercy of random thoughts and worry loops, but can consciously direct your mental energy toward whatever serves your highest good. Maya rolled the scroll carefully and tucked it into her robes, feeling that she had received a gift more precious than any material treasure. The ability to manage her own mental energy consciously would transform not just her sleep, but every aspect of her daily life. "Thank you," she said, her voice filled with quiet gratitude. "I feel as if I've been given the keys to my own mind, the ability to be a conscious participant in my mental life, rather than a victim of random mental weather." Nabu smiled with the satisfaction of a teacher who has successfully transmitted essential wisdom. The mind is a magnificent tool when properly directed, dear one. But like any tool, it must be used consciously and set aside when its work is complete. The peace you seek in sleep comes not from solving all problems, but from knowing when to engage your thinking mind and when to rest in the awareness that lies beyond all thought. As Maya prepared to leave the crystal observatory and return to the river of dreams, she felt her mind operating with a clarity and efficiency she had never experienced before. The scattered, agitated quality of her usual mental activity had been replaced by a calm alertness that could focus when focus was needed and rest when rest was appropriate. The tower's spiral staircase carried her down through the various levels of organized knowledge, each one now feeling like a resource she could access consciously rather than a source of overwhelm. The floating scrolls arranged themselves in perfect formation as she passed, acknowledging her new status as someone who understood how to work with information rather than being overwhelmed by it. The river of dreams welcomed her back with its familiar warmth. And as the current began to carry her away from Nabu's observatory, Maya practiced the mental clarity techniques she had learned. She found that she could think clearly and productively when she chose to do so. Then allow her mind to settle into the spacious awareness that supported deep rest. The temple of wisdom gradually disappeared behind her as the river carried her toward new adventures. But the essence of what she had learned there remained with her like a new operating system for her consciousness. She no longer felt victimized by her own thoughts, but empowered to direct her mental energy consciously toward whatever would serve her highest good, including the blessed release of deep, peaceful sleep. Chapter 6: The Sacred Grove of Tammuz. The river of dreams carried Maya into a realm where the very air seemed to pulse with the rhythms of life, death, and renewal. The landscape around her began to change dramatically as she floated peacefully downstream, her mind now clear and organized thanks to Nabu's teachings. The mathematical precision of the observatory gave way to something more organic and cyclical, as if she were entering a place where the fundamental patterns of existence revealed themselves through the natural world rather than through crystalline calculations. The banks of the river became lush with vegetation that seemed to exist in multiple seasons simultaneously. Maya observed trees whose branches bore spring buds, summer flowers, autumn fruits, and winter's dormant promise all at the same time. This wasn't chaos, but rather a visual representation of the eternal cycle that underlies all temporal existence. The understanding that every ending contains a beginning, every death nurtures new life, every period of dormancy prepares for fresh growth. The fragrance in the air was complex and deeply moving, rich earth and decomposing leaves mixing with the sweet scent of new growth and blooming flowers. It was the smell of compost transforming into fertile soil, of seeds splitting open in dark earth, of life emerging from apparent death in an eternal dance of renewal. Breathing it in, Maya felt something deep within her cellular structure, responding with recognition and relief. As the river curved through this landscape of perpetual transformation, Maya began to hear music unlike anything she had ever experienced. It was not played by instruments, but seemed to arise from the earth itself, a haunting melody that spoke of loss and grief, but also of the indestructible life force that persists through all changes. The music was deeply sad, yet simultaneously comforting, acknowledging the reality of endings while celebrating the continuity that transcends all temporal forms. Ahead, the river widened into a circular pool, surrounded by the most magnificent grove Maya had ever seen. Ancient trees formed a natural cathedral, their branches interweaving overhead to create a living dome that filtered the starlight into gentle, ever-shifting patterns. But these were not ordinary trees. They seemed to embody the mystery of cyclical time itself, their trunks showing clear rings of growth and dormancy, their branches simultaneously bare and full, their roots visible above ground in complex patterns that spoke of death feeding life in endless spiral patterns. At the center of the grove stood a figure who embodied this same quality of eternal renewal. Tammuz appeared as a young man of extraordinary beauty, but his appearance shifted subtly as Maya watched, sometimes vital and glowing with the energy of spring, sometimes showing the mature abundance of summer, sometimes bearing the wise sadness of autumn, and sometimes carrying the deep stillness of winter's rest. His hair moved like wheat in the wind, golden and alive, while his robes seemed to be woven from the very fabric of seasonal change. What struck Maya most profoundly about Tammuz was the quality of peace that surrounded him, not the peace of avoiding difficulty, but the peace that comes from fully accepting the cyclical nature of existence. In his eyes, she saw someone who had experienced the deepest loss and found within it the seeds of the most profound renewal. He radiated the understanding that nothing truly dies, but only transforms into new expressions of the eternal life force. "Welcome, weary soul," Tammuz spoke, and his voice carried the wisdom of all seasons, sometimes bright like spring rain, sometimes deep like summer thunder, sometimes gentle like autumn mist, sometimes quiet like winter snow. You have learned to breathe with cosmic rhythm, to love yourself with divine compassion, to access true strength, and to clarify your mind. Now, you must discover the peace that comes from accepting the natural cycles of rest and renewal that govern all existence. Maya climbed from the river onto steps carved from living wood that seemed to grow and change even as she walked upon them. The sensation beneath her feet was unlike anything she had experienced. Not the solidity of stone or the softness of earth, but something that was simultaneously stable and flowing, permanent and impermanent, like stepping on the essence of change itself. "Tell me," Tammuz said, as she approached the heart of the grove, "what in your life have you been refusing to let go of? What endings have you been resisting? What transformations have you been fighting? What natural cycles of rest and renewal have you been trying to override through force of will?" The question penetrated directly to the core of Maya's struggles with sleep and rest. She felt tears beginning to form as she recognized the truth he was pointing toward, that her inability to sleep was fundamentally related to her inability to let go, to surrender to the natural rhythms of consciousness that required periods of dormancy in order to support periods of growth. "I try to control everything," she admitted, settling onto a bed of moss that seemed to pulse gently with the heartbeat of the earth itself. "I resist the natural downtimes, the periods when nothing seems to be happening, the spaces between activities. I treat rest like a failure instead of a necessary part of the cycle. I'm afraid that if I stop pushing, stop trying, stop maintaining constant alertness, everything will fall apart." Tammuz nodded with infinite compassion, his expression shifting through the various seasons of understanding. "Ah, the fear of winter," he said softly. "The belief that dormancy equals death, that rest equals failure, that the natural pauses in life's rhythm are problems to be solved rather than gifts to be received." He gestured toward the trees around them, and as he did, Maya became aware of their profound wisdom in a way she had never experienced before. She could sense the enormous intelligence that allowed them to know when to grow and when to rest, when to reach toward light, and when to send energy deep into roots, when to produce leaves and fruit, and when to let go of what they had created. "These ancient ones know the secret you have forgotten," Tammuz continued, moving to place his hand upon the trunk of a massive oak, whose rings told the story of hundreds of cycles of growth and rest. "They understand that the period of apparent dormancy is not empty time, but the most creative time of all, when new possibilities are germinating in darkness, when the life force is gathering strength for the next phase of expression." As he spoke, Maya felt something shifting in her deep cellular understanding. She began to see that her resistance to rest and sleep was actually a resistance to one of the most fundamental principles of existence: the understanding that all creative activity requires periods of apparent inactivity. All growth requires intervals of integration. All productivity depends on cycles of renewal. "Come," Tammuz said, leading her to a clearing in the center of the grove, where the earth formed a perfect circle, covered with the softest moss she had ever felt. "Let us practice the meditation of sacred surrender, the practice that will teach you to work with natural cycles rather than against them." The clearing was surrounded by stones that seemed to pulse with gentle light, each one carved with symbols representing different phases of cyclical time. As Maya settled onto the moss in the center of this circle, she felt immediately connected to something vast and patient. The slow, reliable rhythm of seasons changing, years passing, generations flowing like a great river through time. "Close your eyes," Tammuz instructed, his voice now taking on the hypnotic quality of wind through trees. "And feel yourself sinking into the earth's embrace. Allow your individual consciousness to merge with the great consciousness that governs all natural cycles, the intelligence that knows exactly when every seed should sprout, every flower should bloom, every leaf should fall." Maya followed his guidance, feeling her awareness expanding beyond the boundaries of her individual concerns and merging with something immeasurably larger and wiser. She could sense the slow breathing of the planet itself, the inhale and exhale that created seasons, the vast patience that allowed for growth and change to occur in their perfect timing. Now, Tammuz continued, "Bring to mind something in your life that you have been trying to force, some situation where you have been pushing against natural timing, some area where you have been resisting the natural need for rest or renewal." Images arose in Maya's consciousness, her struggle with sleep, yes, but also broader patterns of resistance to the natural rhythms of work and rest, engagement and withdrawal, activity and integration. She saw how she had been trying to maintain constant productivity, constant growth, constant forward motion, without allowing for the natural pauses that made such movement sustainable. Feel what it would be like to release this resistance, Tammuz suggested gently. Imagine allowing this situation to follow its natural rhythm, trusting that the same intelligence that brings spring after winter knows exactly what timing will serve your highest good. As Maya practiced this surrender, she felt an enormous weight lifting from her shoulders, the exhausting burden of trying to control timing that was governed by forces far wiser than her individual will. In its place arose a deep trust in the natural cycles that had been operating successfully long before she was born, and would continue long after her individual concerns had dissolved back into the eternal flow. "This trust," Tammuz said, his voice now seeming to come from the trees themselves, "is the foundation of all peaceful sleep. when you trust that rest is not failure but preparation, that dormancy is not death but renewal, that the spaces between activities are not voids to be filled, but sacred pauses to be honored, then sleep becomes as natural as breathing. The meditation deepened as Tammuz guided Maya through various visualizations designed to help her embody this cyclical wisdom. She imagined herself as a tree, gathering energy during periods of rest and expressing it during periods of growth. She visualized her daily life as a series of natural seasons, each with its own gifts and purposes. She practiced releasing the need to be constantly productive and instead aligned herself with rhythms that were sustainable over lifetimes rather than just days. As the practice continued, Maya felt her entire nervous system relaxing into patterns that felt ancient and natural. The frantic quality that had characterized her approach to life was dissolving, replaced by a deep patience that could allow things to unfold in their perfect timing. She was beginning to understand that her struggle with sleep was part of a larger struggle with the fundamental rhythms of existence itself. Feel how your body responds to this alignment with natural cycles. Tammuz observed as the meditation gradually shifted into even deeper states of rest and renewal. Notice how every cell seems to sigh with relief when it no longer needs to maintain artificial rhythms that work against the grain of natural law. Maya indeed felt this cellular relaxation, as if her entire physical form was remembering something it had never truly forgotten: how to work with natural energy patterns rather than against them, how to trust in timing that was governed by wisdom far greater than individual planning, how to rest deeply because such rest was not weakness, but the foundation of all authentic strength. As the meditation gradually came to a close, Maya felt fundamentally transformed in her relationship to time itself. The urgency that had driven her for so many years was dissolving, replaced by a confidence that everything needed for her well-being would emerge in its perfect timing if she could learn to work with natural rhythms rather than fighting them. Tammuz rose gracefully and moved to a special tree at the edge of the clearing, one whose trunk was hollow and seemed to pulse with gentle light. From within this natural sanctuary, he retrieved a small wooden bowl carved from what appeared to be living wood, its surface covered with symbols that represented the eternal cycle of seasons. "This is the bowl of sacred cycles," he said, bringing it back to where Maya still sat in the center of the mossy circle. "It contains water from the spring that flows at the heart of the world, water that has been cycling through earth and sky since the beginning of time. A few drops upon your pillow will remind you that rest is not the absence of life, but but the deepest expression of life's wisdom. Maya held the bowl carefully, watching how the water within seemed to move with its own consciousness, forming spiraling patterns that spoke of the endless circulation of energy through all natural systems. She could sense that this was more than just physical water. It was the essence of cyclical wisdom itself, condensed into a form that could support her remembering. But more than this physical reminder, Tammuz continued, settling back onto the moss beside her. You now carry within yourself the understanding that will transform your relationship to rest and activity forever. You are no longer fighting against natural rhythms, but learning to dance with them, no longer resisting the necessary pauses, but welcoming them as opportunities for renewal. Maya felt the truth of his words settling into her bones, the constant struggle to maintain activity and awareness that had characterized her approach to life was giving way to something far more sustainable, a willingness to honor the natural cycles of engagement and rest that governed all healthy existence. Thank you, she whispered, her voice thick with gratitude for this profound shift in understanding. I feel as if I've been trying to live in permanent summer, never allowing for the winter periods that make spring possible. Now I can see that what I've been calling failure or laziness is actually wisdom, the body's knowledge of when rest and renewal are needed. Tammuz smiled with the deep satisfaction of someone who has successfully shared one of existence's most fundamental secrets. Sleep will come naturally now, he said softly, because you are no longer fighting the very rhythm that makes sleep possible. You have learned to trust in cycles that are older than human worry and more reliable than individual planning. As Maya prepared to return to the river of dreams, she felt the sacred grove's wisdom settling into every aspect of her being. The rushing urgency that had driven her for so long was transforming into something far more sustainable, a rhythm that honored both activity and rest, both engagement and withdrawal, both the time for growing and the time for simply being. The river welcomed her back with its familiar warmth, and as the current began to carry her toward her next destination, Maya practiced the cyclical wisdom Tammuz had shared with her. She felt herself naturally settling into rhythms that were sustainable and nourishing, no longer fighting against the natural need for rest, but embracing it as an essential part of the creative cycle. The sacred grove gradually disappeared behind her as the river flowed onward. But the essence of what she had learned there remained with her like a new way of being in time itself. She was no longer at war with natural rhythms, but learning to dance with them, no longer resisting necessary endings, but trusting that they contained the seeds of even more beautiful beginnings. Chapter 7. the temple of Ereshkigal's deep rest. The river of dreams carried Maya deeper into mysteries that felt increasingly ancient and profound. The landscape around her began to change in subtle ways that spoke of descent into the deepest layers of wisdom and healing. The lush abundance of Tammuz's grove gradually gave way to something more primal and essential, rock formations that suggested great age, caves that breathed with the rhythm of the earth's deepest mysteries, and pools of water so still they seemed to reflect not just starlight, but the very essence of eternity itself. The air grew cooler and more rarefied, carrying with it fragrances of deep earth, mineral springs, and something indefinably ancient that spoke to the most primitive parts of Maya's consciousness. This was not the comfortable coolness of evening air, but the profound coolness of depths, caves, and underground springs, places where the earth kept its most precious secrets safe from the chaos of surface existence. As she floated peacefully downstream, Maya became aware that the quality of darkness around her was different from what she had experienced before. This was not the absence of light, but the presence of a deeper kind of illumination, the darkness of the womb, of caves where mystics had received their deepest visions, of the underground chambers where ancient initiates had learned to die, while still living, and thus discover what lay beyond all fear. The river began to descend gradually, carrying her through a landscape of natural stone arches and crystalline formations that seemed to have been carved by water and time into forms of incredible beauty. The rock walls that rose on either side of the waterway were veined with minerals that caught what little light there was and reflected it in patterns that resembled star maps, constellation charts drawn by forces far older than human astronomy. Ahead, Maya could see that the river was flowing toward what appeared to be a vast underground cavern, its entrance framed by natural pillars of black stone shot through with veins of silver and deep blue. The opening was not threatening, but inviting, like the entrance to a great cathedral that had been carved from the living rock by patience and reverence rather than human tools. As the current carried her into this underground realm, Maya felt a profound shift in her consciousness. The chattering surface awareness that she had become so familiar with began to quiet naturally, not through effort or technique, but simply in response to the incredible depth and silence of the space she was entering. This was a place where such mental noise could not survive, not because it was suppressed, but because it was naturally absorbed into something far vaster and more profound. The cavern was magnificent beyond description. The ceiling rose so high it disappeared into darkness, while the walls curved in perfect mathematical spirals that suggested this space had been shaped by natural forces operating over geological time. Everywhere Maya looked, she saw formations of incredible beauty, stalactites and stalagmites that had grown toward each other over millennia, creating natural columns and arches that embodied perfect harmony between reaching upward and flowing downward. The river widened into a great underground lake whose waters were so still they seemed to be made of liquid mirror. The surface reflected not just the crystalline formations above, but seemed to show depths that went down forever, as if Maya were looking into the very heart of the earth itself. Along the shore of this mystical lake, natural steps had been carved into the rock, leading up to what could only be described as a throne room fit for the queen of all depths. At the far end of the cavern, rising from the living rock itself, was a magnificent throne that seemed to have grown rather than been carved. It was formed from black stone that contained veins of every mineral found in the earth's depths: silver and gold, copper and iron, gems of every color that caught the subtle light and reflected it in patterns of incredible complexity. But the throne was not imposing or intimidating. Rather, it radiated the profound peace that comes from absolute acceptance of life's deepest mysteries. Upon this throne sat a figure of such ancient majesty that Maya felt immediately both humbled and completely safe in her presence. Ereshkigal, the great goddess of the underworld and deep rest, appeared as a woman of middle years, whose beauty came not from youth, but from the profound wisdom that emerges from having faced every possible form of loss and transformation. Her hair was silver white like moonlight on water, and her robes were the deep black of midnight sky, embroidered with patterns that seemed to map the underground rivers and hidden chambers of the earth. But it was her eyes that captured Maya completely, eyes that held the depth of all accumulated rest, all the sleep that had ever restored weary souls, all the dreams that had ever brought healing to wounded hearts. In Ereshkigal's gaze, Maya saw someone who understood exhaustion so completely that her very presence was like sinking into the most comfortable bed imaginable after the longest, most difficult journey. Welcome to the realm of deep rest, weary traveler, Ereshkigal spoke, and her voice was like the sound of underground streams flowing over smooth stone, quiet, constant, and infinitely soothing. You have learned many arts on your journey: how to breathe with creation, how to love yourself, how to access true strength, how to clarify your mind, and how to work with natural cycles. Now you must learn the ultimate art: how to surrender so completely that sleep becomes not just possible, but inevitable. Maya climbed the stone steps slowly, feeling each one connecting her more deeply to the profound restfulness that permeated this underground realm. The rock beneath her feet was smooth and pleasantly warm, as if it held the accumulated warmth of countless souls who had found peace in this sacred space. "Tell me," Ereshkigal said as Maya approached the throne, "what is the deepest fear that keeps you from surrendering to sleep? What do you believe you must continue to hold on to, continue to control, continue to monitor, even in the hours when your body and soul cry out for rest?" The question penetrated to the very core of Maya's struggle with sleep, and she felt emotions arising that she had never fully acknowledged before. "I'm afraid that if I really let go, if I stop watching and controlling and maintaining vigilance, something terrible will happen," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm afraid that sleep is a kind of death, and that if I surrender that completely, I might not come back as myself." Ereshkigal nodded with the infinite compassion of one who had heard this fear countless times throughout human history. "Ah, the fear of the little death," she said softly. "The terror that surrender means annihilation, that letting go means losing yourself forever. This is the final barrier that stands between you and the deep rest your soul craves." The goddess gestured to the underground lake, and as she did, Maya noticed something extraordinary happening to its surface. Instead of remaining mirror still, the water began to show images, scenes of every living thing that had ever found peace in sleep, and awakening refreshed and renewed. She saw babies sleeping peacefully in their mother's arms, animals resting in perfect trust, trees dormant in winter and bursting into spring growth, entire ecosystems cycling through periods of rest and activity in eternal, sustainable rhythms. "See how all of life practices this surrender," Ereshkigal said, her voice taking on the hypnotic quality of deep waters flowing through ancient channels. "Every creature that lives must learn to die a little death each night, releasing conscious control and trusting in forces far greater than individual will. And see how each one returns from this surrender not diminished, but renewed, not lost, but found more fully than before." As Maya watched the images in the lake, she began to understand that what she had been fearing as annihilation was actually the most natural and nourishing process in existence. Every form of life depended on this daily surrender. This willingness to release conscious control and trust in the deeper intelligence that maintained life, even when personal awareness was dormant. "Come," Ereshkigal said, rising from her throne with the fluid grace of water flowing downhill. "Let us descend to the chamber of ultimate surrender, where you will learn to die while living and discover that what you thought was death is actually the doorway to the most profound life you have ever experienced." The goddess led Maya to a natural stairway that descended even deeper into the earth. carved from living rock and lit by crystals that seemed to glow with their own inner light. As they descended, Maya felt the silence becoming even more profound, the sense of depth and security increasing with each step. This was not the darkness of fear, but the darkness of the womb, the protective darkness that nurtures new life into being. At the bottom of the stairs lay a circular chamber that took Maya's breath away. The walls were covered with crystalline formations that seemed to pulse gently with the rhythm of some vast, slow heartbeat. Perhaps the heartbeat of the earth itself. In the center of the chamber was a natural pool of the darkest, most inviting water Maya had ever seen. Its surface so still it seemed solid, like a mirror made of liquid night. This is the pool of ultimate surrender, Ereshkigal explained, her voice now so soft it seemed to come from within Maya's own consciousness. Its waters contain the essence of every peaceful death, every restful sleep, every moment of complete letting go that has ever brought renewal to a weary soul. To enter these waters is to practice the ultimate surrender, releasing not just conscious control, but the very sense of separate self that creates the illusion of something to be lost. Maya approached the pool with a mixture of reverence and deep longing. The water seemed to call to her at a level deeper than thought or emotion. Her very cells seemed to recognize this as the rest they had been craving for longer than she could remember. The surface of the pool was so dark it seemed to contain infinite depths. Yet she felt no fear, only an overwhelming desire to surrender completely to whatever healing it might offer. Enter slowly, Ereshkigal instructed gently, and allow the waters to support you completely. There is nothing you need to do, nothing you need to maintain, nothing you need to remember or watch or control. Simply allow yourself to be held by forces that have been caring for life since the beginning of time. Maya stepped into the pool and immediately felt sensations unlike anything she had ever experienced. The water was perfectly warm, neither hot nor cold, and seemed to have the consistency of liquid comfort, thicker than ordinary water, more supportive, as if she were sinking into an embrace made of pure peace itself. As she moved deeper, the water seemed to take on more and more of her weight, until she felt completely supported without any effort on her part. Now, Ereshkigal said, her voice seeming to come from the water itself, practice the ultimate surrender. Release not just your body's tension, not just your mind's concerns, but your very sense of being someone who needs to maintain control over anything at all. Allow yourself to dissolve into the vast peace that exists when the separate self stops defending its boundaries and recognizes its unity with all existence. As Maya followed this guidance, she felt herself entering states of consciousness that defied description. The sense of being a separate individual began to dissolve, not in a frightening way, but like sugar dissolving in warm water. A natural process that revealed the sweetness that had always been there beneath the illusion of separateness. She was not losing herself, but finding herself in a much larger context, recognizing that what she had thought was Maya was actually a small wave on an infinite ocean of consciousness. The fear of annihilation that had haunted her relationship with sleep completely dissolved as she experienced directly that there was nothing to be annihilated. What she had thought was her individual self was revealed to be a temporary formation of awareness that could dissolve and reform without any loss of essential being. Sleep was not death, but a return to the source, a temporary merger with the vast consciousness from which all individual awareness emerged, and to which it returned each night. Feel how natural this surrender is. Ereshkigal's voice flowed through the water and into Maya's consciousness. This is your true nature, not the small, separate self that struggles to maintain control, but the vast awareness that needs no protection because it encompasses everything. From this place of ultimate surrender, sleep becomes not something you achieve, but something you allow. Not something you fall into, but something you rise into. The experience in the pool of ultimate surrender continued for what felt like hours, or perhaps lifetimes. Maya lost all sense of time as conventionally understood, existing instead in the eternal moment that underlies all temporal experience. She practiced dying while living, releasing every form of identity and control, and discovering again and again that what seemed like dissolution was actually expansion into ever greater peace and freedom. When she finally emerged from the pool, Maya felt fundamentally transformed. The fear of sleep that had plagued her for so long was completely gone, replaced by a deep understanding that sleep was not something to be achieved or conquered, but simply the natural return to her essential nature. The struggle was over because she had discovered there was nothing to struggle against, only a deeper reality to surrender into. Ereshkigal was waiting with a towel that seemed to be woven from moonlight itself, wrapping Maya in its soft warmth as she stepped from the transformative waters. "You have learned the deepest secret," the goddess said with profound satisfaction. "You have discovered that what you thought was death is actually life. What you thought was loss is actually finding. What you thought was annihilation is actually the recognition of your true, immortal nature." From a niche carved into the crystal wall, Ereshkigal retrieved a small vial made of the darkest obsidian that seemed to contain liquid starlight. "This is the essence of ultimate surrender," she said, placing it gently in Maya's hands. A single drop upon your pillow will remind you that you have nothing to fear from sleep, because you have already died to everything that was never real and discovered what cannot be lost. Maya held the vial carefully, understanding that it contained not just a physical substance, but the very essence of the experience she had just undergone. The fear that had driven her sleeplessness was simply gone, replaced by a deep trust in the process of surrender that she now knew was the most natural thing in the world. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with awe at the magnitude of transformation she had experienced. "I feel as if I've been carrying a burden I never needed to carry, fighting a battle that never needed to be fought. Now, I understand that sleep is not something I need to achieve, but something I can simply allow." Ereshkigal smiled with the deep peace of one who had successfully guided another soul through the ultimate transformation. "Sleep will never again be a struggle," she said with quiet certainty. "You have learned to die while living, and thus discovered that you are deathless. Rest is now revealed as your natural state, the ground from which all activity arises and to which it naturally returns." As Maya prepared to leave the underground realm and return to the river of dreams, she felt that she was not the same person who had entered these depths. The fundamental relationship between consciousness and surrender had been transformed, and she knew that this change would affect not just her sleep, but every aspect of her existence. The river welcomed her back with its familiar warmth, but now the sensation of being carried by its current felt completely different. Instead of being transported by something external, Maya felt herself as an expression of the river itself, not separate from the flow, but an integral part of it, moving with the same natural inevitability that carried water toward the sea. As the current bore her away from Ereshkigal's underground realm, Maya practiced the ultimate surrender she had learned in the depths. The very concept of resistance had become foreign to her consciousness, replaced by a profound trust in the forces that governed all movement and rest. She was no longer fighting her way downstream, but allowing herself to be carried by currents that knew exactly where they were going and how to get there with perfect efficiency. The temple of deep rest gradually disappeared behind her as the river flowed onward toward new mysteries. But the essence of what she had learned there remained with her, like a complete transformation of her relationship to surrender itself. She had discovered that what she thought was her individual self was actually a wave on an infinite ocean, and that sleep was simply the wave's natural return to its source, not a loss, but a homecoming. Chapter 8: The Sanctuary of Shamash's Dawn. The river of dreams carried Maya through a gradual transformation of landscape that spoke of emergence from the depths into the gentle promise of renewal. the profound underground mysteries of Ereshkigal's realm slowly gave way to something that felt like the approach of dawn. Not the harsh, sudden brightness of artificial light, but the slow, natural emergence of illumination that comes when darkness has completed its healing work and light can return without violence or urgency. The air around her began to warm gradually, carrying with it fragrances that spoke of new beginnings, dew on grass, flowers opening their petals to morning light, the clean scent of air washed by gentle rain. Maya floated peacefully in the river's embrace, feeling how the ultimate surrender she had learned in the depths was now allowing her to receive these gifts of renewal without grasping or anxiety, simply opening to whatever was being offered in each moment. The banks of the river started to show signs of carefully tended cultivation, not the wild abundance of natural growth, but the gentle partnership between human wisdom and natural processes that creates the most beautiful gardens. Terraced fields of grain rippled in the soft breeze, their golden waves catching what appeared to be the first hints of dawn light. Though the sky above still held the deep blue of pre-dawn night, as Maya drifted downstream, she became aware of a sound that was different from anything she had encountered on her journey so far. It was music, but not of earthly instruments. Rather, it seemed to be the song that light itself might sing as it emerged from darkness, a melody of such pure joy and gentle power that hearing it made her entire being feel lighter and more hopeful than she had ever experienced. The river curved around a natural promontory, and as Maya rounded this bend, she saw before her a sight that filled her heart with wonder. Rising from a perfectly circular island in the center of the river was a temple unlike any of the others she had visited, where the previous temples had been built from earth materials, stone, crystal, wood. This structure seemed to be constructed from crystallized light itself. The temple's walls appeared to be made of golden glass that caught and amplified what little light was available, creating a gentle radiance that warmed everything around it without being harsh or overwhelming. The architecture was elegant and uplifting, with spires that reached gracefully toward the sky and arches that seemed to channel light in spiraling patterns that created an atmosphere of joyful celebration. But what struck Maya most powerfully about this temple was the quality of hope and renewal that radiated from every surface. This was not the harsh hope that fights against reality, but the gentle hope that emerges naturally when one has surrendered completely to what is, and discovered that what is contains unlimited potential for positive transformation. Standing on the temple steps, arms raised in greeting to the approaching dawn, was a figure whose very presence seemed to embody the moment when night transforms into day. Shamash, the god of the sun and justice, appeared as a young man in the prime of life. But his youth was not that of inexperience. Rather, it was the eternal youth that comes from being constantly renewed by connection to the source of all energy and light. His hair seemed to be woven from sunbeams, moving constantly as if stirred by solar winds, while his robes shifted and flowed like captured aurora, sometimes golden, sometimes silver, sometimes the pale green of dawn light filtering through new leaves. But it was his face that captured Maya completely, features that radiated the kind of joy that comes from witnessing the daily miracle of light's return. Eyes that held the certainty that no matter how dark the night had been, dawn would always come again. "Welcome, daughter of the dawn," Shamash spoke, and his voice was like the first bird song that announces the coming day, clear, pure, and filled with such natural joy that hearing it made Maya's heart lift in automatic response. "You have journeyed through the deepest mysteries and learned the art of ultimate surrender. Now, you must discover the gift that emerges from such surrender, the renewable energy that flows when one is perfectly aligned with the cosmic cycles of rest and renewal." Maya guided herself toward the island's shore, feeling the river's current naturally carrying her to steps carved from what appeared to be solidified sunlight. As her feet touched these warm, glowing steps, she felt a gentle energy beginning to flow up through her entire system, not the frantic energy of caffeine or adrenaline, but the sustainable vitality that comes from being in perfect harmony with natural rhythms. "Tell me," Shamash said as she climbed toward the temple, "now that you have learned to surrender completely to rest, how do you imagine you will greet each new day? What kind of energy do you wish to bring to your waking hours? And how might this energy be different from the driven, anxious vitality that has characterized your recent experience?" The question made Maya pause on the temple steps, suddenly aware that her entire journey had been preparing her not just for better sleep, but for a completely different way of being awake. The frantic, driven quality that had exhausted her so thoroughly was beginning to seem like a strange dream from another lifetime, replaced by something far more sustainable and joyful. "I want to wake up like a flower opening to sunlight," she said, surprised by the poetry that emerged from her transformed consciousness. "Not forcing myself into activity, but allowing natural energy to flow through me in whatever way serves the highest good. I want to greet each day with curiosity and joy rather than anxiety and demand." Shamash smiled with radiant approval, his entire being seeming to glow more brightly in response to her words. "Then you are ready to learn the final practice, how to receive the inexhaustible energy that becomes available when one is no longer fighting against natural rhythms, but dancing with them in perfect harmony. The temple's interior was a marvel of light and space, with walls that seemed to be made of crystallized sunshine and a ceiling that opened to the sky through an intricate framework of golden arches. But unlike the harsh brightness Maya might have expected, the light here was gentle and nourishing, creating an atmosphere of warmth and welcome that made her feel immediately energized yet peaceful. At the center of the temple's main chamber was a fountain unlike any Maya had ever imagined. Instead of water, it flowed with what appeared to be liquid light, a substance that moved like honey but sparkled like captured starlight, creating the most beautiful sounds as it cascaded from level to level in perfect mathematical spirals. This is the fountain of renewable energy, Shamash explained, moving to stand beside the miraculous structure. It flows with the essence of the sun's vitality, not the burning energy that consumes itself, but the sustainable radiance that can shine for billions of years without diminishment. This is the energy that becomes available when one learns to work with cosmic rhythms rather than fighting against them. Maya approached the fountain with reverence, feeling immediately how its radiance was different from any form of energy she had experienced before. This was not the stimulation that came from external sources and required constant renewal, but the vitality that emerged naturally from perfect alignment with the source of all power. Place your hands in the flowing light, Shamash instructed gently, and feel how this energy differs from the forced vitality you have been trying to create through will and effort. Maya cupped her hands and allowed the liquid light to flow into them, immediately feeling sensations that were completely new to her experience. The substance was warm but not hot, energizing but not stimulating, filling her with vitality while simultaneously deepening her sense of peace and relaxation. Feel how this energy naturally wants to flow through you, rather than being stored or hoarded, Shamash observed, his voice taking on the rhythm of gentle instruction. This is the renewable energy that becomes available when you stop trying to force outcomes and instead allow yourself to become a clear channel for the life force that animates all creation. As Maya held the liquid light, she felt it flowing up her arms and through her entire system, but not in the way that caffeine or other stimulants moved through her body. This energy seemed to organize itself naturally, flowing to exactly where it was needed most, and creating a sense of vitality that was both energizing and deeply restful. This is the energy of alignment, Shamash continued, beginning to move around the fountain in a slow, dance-like pattern that seemed to follow the spiraling flow of light. When you are perfectly aligned with natural rhythms, sleeping deeply when sleep is needed, awakening naturally when rest is complete, you gain access to the same renewable energy that powers the sun and stars. Maya began to understand that what she had been seeking through forced effort and driven activity was actually available through the opposite approach, through becoming so perfectly aligned with natural energy patterns that vitality flowed through her like water through a clear stream, without resistance or struggle. "Come," Shamash said, leading her to a section of the temple where comfortable cushions were arranged in a circle around what appeared to be a small sun, a sphere of golden light that hovered just above the floor, radiating warmth and gentle illumination. "Let us practice the meditation of renewable energy, the practice that will teach you to access sustainable vitality whenever you need it." Maya settled onto one of the cushions, which seemed to be woven from solidified sunshine and provided perfect comfort and support. The small sun in the center of the circle pulsed gently with the rhythm of a cosmic heartbeat, and she found her own pulse naturally synchronizing with this universal tempo. "Close your eyes," Shamash instructed, his voice now taking on the hypnotic quality of warm sunlight filtering through leaves. "And imagine that you are a flower that has been sleeping peacefully through the night and is now beginning to sense the approach of dawn." Maya followed his guidance, feeling herself settling into the meditation with the same natural ease she now experienced in all forms of surrender. The image of being a flower came naturally to her consciousness, and she could sense the peaceful dormancy of night giving way to the gentle stirring that precedes awakening. "Feel the first hints of dawn touching your petals," Shamash continued, "not as something you must respond to urgently, but as a gentle invitation to gradually open to receive the gifts that daylight offers." As Maya visualized this gradual opening, she felt something wonderful beginning to happen in her energy system. Instead of the sudden, jarring transition from sleep to wakefulness that had characterized her recent experience, she was learning to awaken like a flower, gradually, naturally, in perfect response to the light that was being offered. "Now feel the sunlight beginning to stream into your opened petals," Shamash said, his words flowing like warm honey through Maya's consciousness. "This light is not forcing you to grow or demanding that you produce anything. It is simply offering itself as nourishment, and you are receiving it with gratitude and grace." Maya felt streams of gentle energy beginning to flow through her system as she practiced this visualization. It was remarkable how different this felt from her usual experience of trying to generate energy for the day ahead. Instead of forcing herself into activity, she was learning to receive vitality as naturally as a plant receives sunlight. "This is the energy that will carry you through your days," Shamash observed as the meditation deepened. "Not the frantic energy of emergency or the driven energy of ambition, but the sustainable vitality that emerges when you are perfectly aligned with the cosmic rhythms that govern all healthy existence. The practice continued as Shamash guided Maya through various techniques for accessing and maintaining this renewable energy. She learned to distinguish between forced activity and natural flow, between driven productivity and aligned action, between exhausting effort and sustainable vitality. Most importantly, she discovered that this energy was not something she needed to create or earn, but something that was constantly available to her when she stopped blocking it through resistance to natural rhythms. Like sunlight itself, it was a free gift that required only her willingness to open and receive. As the meditation gradually came to a close, Maya felt transformed in her relationship to energy itself. The exhausting cycle of forcing herself through days and then struggling to sleep at night was being replaced by something far more sustainable, a natural rhythm of receiving energy during periods of rest and expressing it during periods of activity. Shamash rose gracefully and moved to an alcove where vessels of various sizes were displayed, each one seeming to contain different qualities of crystallized light. He selected a small chalice made of clear crystal that seemed to hold captured dawn light, bringing it back to where Maya still sat in the circle of illumination. "This is the chalice of dawn energy," he said, placing it gently in her hands. "It contains the essence of sustainable vitality, energy that renews itself through use, rather than being depleted by activity. A sip each morning will remind you that you have access to unlimited energy when you stop forcing and start flowing." Maya held the chalice up to the light, watching how the substance within seemed to move with its own consciousness, forming patterns that suggested the eternal dance between rest and activity, reception and expression, the inhale and exhale that governs all cosmic rhythms. But more than this physical reminder, Shamash continued, settling back onto his cushion with the fluid grace of personified light. You now carry within yourself the understanding that will transform your relationship to energy forever. You are no longer depleting yourself through forced effort, but learning to become a clear channel for the renewable vitality that flows through all creation. Maya felt the truth of his words settling into her cellular understanding. The exhausting approach to daily life that had been her norm was giving way to something far more sustainable, a way of being that honored both rest and activity as equally sacred parts of the cosmic dance. "Thank you," she said, her voice filled with wonder at this final piece of the puzzle she had been seeking. "I feel as if I've been trying to create energy through effort, when what I really needed was to learn how to receive the energy that's always available." Shamash smiled with the radiant joy of the sun itself, his entire being glowing with satisfaction at having successfully shared this essential wisdom. Energy and rest are not opposites, but partners in the eternal dance of existence, he said softly. When you learn to rest deeply, you gain access to unlimited energy. When you learn to use energy in alignment with natural rhythms, rest becomes effortless and inevitable. As Maya prepared to leave the Temple of Dawn and return to the River of Dreams for the final portion of her journey, she felt that she had received all the pieces of a complete transformation. The struggle that had characterized her relationship with sleep and energy was dissolving into something far more graceful, a natural rhythm that honored both the need for deep rest and the joy of vital activity. The river welcomed her back with its familiar warmth, but now the sensation of floating in its current felt like the most natural thing in the world. She was no longer being carried by something external, but was participating consciously in the flow that connected all things, moving with the same effortless grace that carried sunlight across the sky and brought dawn after every night. The Temple of Dawn gradually disappeared behind her as the river carried her toward the final destination of her journey. But the essence of what she had learned there remained with her, like a new way of breathing energy itself. She was no longer fighting against the rhythms of rest and activity, but learning to dance with them, no longer depleting herself through struggle, but opening to receive the renewable vitality that was her birthright as a conscious participant in the cosmic dance. Chapter 9: The Palace of Inanna's Integration. The River of Dreams carried Maya toward what she sensed would be the culmination of her transformative journey. The landscape around her began to display all the qualities she had encountered in previous realms, but now integrated into a harmonious whole that spoke of mastery rather than learning, of synthesis rather than exploration. The air carried fragrances from every garden she had visited, the clean breath of wind, the abundance of roses, the deep earth of cycles, the mineral clarity of depths, and the golden warmth of dawn light. As she floated peacefully downstream, Maya marveled at how different she felt from the restless, struggling person who had begun this journey. Each temple had given her a piece of essential wisdom, and now she could feel all these pieces coming together into a complete understanding that would transform not just her sleep, but her entire approach to existence. The river began to widen into what appeared to be a vast lake. Its waters so clear they seemed to be made of liquid crystal. The shores of this lake were lined with every type of landscape she had encountered: windswept hills where reeds sang with cosmic breath, abundant gardens where roses bloomed in impossible colors, groves where trees embodied the wisdom of cycles, rocky formations that spoke of ancient strength, and meadows that sparkled with the gentle light of dawn. At the center of this mystical lake rose an island that seemed to contain the essence of all sacred spaces. The palace that crowned this island was unlike any structure Maya had ever imagined. It seemed to be built from all the materials she had encountered on her journey, but unified into a harmonious whole that transcended the sum of its parts. The palace walls were constructed from white marble shot through with veins of lapis lazuli, while towers of clear crystal rose toward the sky, their surfaces reflecting every color of the spectrum in patterns that constantly shifted and evolved. Gardens cascaded down the palace terraces in spiraling patterns, filled with every flower and tree that had blessed her journey, all blooming in perfect harmony despite their different natural seasons. As the river carried her closer to this magnificent island, Maya became aware of music unlike anything she had heard before. It was not a single melody, but a symphony that seemed to contain every beautiful sound in existence. Wind through reeds, water over stones, the singing of birds, the rustle of leaves, the deep hum of earth's mysteries, and the clear notes of dawn light itself. All of these sounds wove together into a composition of such profound beauty that hearing it made Maya's entire being vibrate with joy and recognition. Standing on the palace steps, as if she had been waiting for this moment throughout all eternity, was a figure who embodied everything Maya had learned about the divine feminine aspects of existence. Inanna, the great goddess of heaven and earth, appeared as a woman of ageless beauty, whose form seemed to contain all the goddesses Maya had encountered, yet transcended them all in her complete integration of every aspect of feminine wisdom. Her hair flowed like liquid starlight, sometimes appearing as the silver streams of Enlil's wind realm, sometimes as the abundant curls of Ishtar's garden, sometimes as the deep stillness of Ereshkigal's underground waters. Her robes shifted and changed like living aurora, displaying every color that existed, and some that seemed to come from dimensions beyond ordinary perception. But it was her eyes that captured Maya completely, eyes that held all the wisdom she had gained on her journey, but unified into a single, coherent understanding. In Inanna's gaze, Maya saw her own transformation reflected back to her, recognizing herself as someone who had completed a sacred initiation and was now ready to live from a completely new level of consciousness. "Welcome home, beloved daughter," Inanna spoke, and her voice contained all the voices Maya had heard on her journey: the flowing wisdom of wind, the nurturing abundance of love, the quiet strength of mountains, the crystalline clarity of organized thought, the deep acceptance of natural cycles, the profound peace of ultimate surrender, and the renewable joy of dawn light. You have gathered the 7 sacred gifts, and now you are ready to integrate them into a way of being that will transform not just your sleep, but every aspect of your existence. Maya climbed the palace steps with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, feeling how each step connected her more deeply to the complete understanding she had been building throughout her journey. The steps themselves seemed to be made from all the materials she had encountered: wind-carved stone, flower-embedded earth, crystal formations, and solidified light, all unified into a pathway that honored every aspect of her transformation. "Tell me," Inanna said, as Maya reached the palace entrance, "how does it feel to carry within yourself all the gifts you have received? How has your understanding of rest and renewal changed since you began this journey through the sacred mysteries?" Maya paused at the threshold, suddenly aware of the profound transformation that had occurred within her consciousness. "I feel like I've been reborn," she said, her voice filled with wonder at her own words. "Sleep is no longer something I struggle with, but something I surrender to gratefully. Rest is no longer the absence of activity, but the source from which all sustainable activity flows. I understand now that what I thought was my individual problem was actually a disconnection from cosmic rhythms that support all life." Inanna smiled with radiant approval, her entire being seeming to glow more brightly in response to Maya's recognition of her own transformation. "Then you are ready to enter the palace of integration, where all the gifts you have received will be woven together into a complete practice that will serve you for the rest of your life." The palace interior was a marvel that seemed to contain infinite space within its walls. Each room Maya glimpsed represented one of the teachings she had received. But now all these rooms were connected by flowing corridors and spiraling staircases that allowed the wisdom from each space to flow naturally into all the others. At the heart of the palace was a great circular chamber with a domed ceiling that opened to the sky. The walls were covered with murals that seemed to move and shift, depicting the story of Maya's journey through all the sacred temples. But these were not static images. They were living memories that continued to pulse with the energy of each teaching, creating a space where all the wisdom she had gained remained vibrantly alive and accessible. In the center of this chamber was the most beautiful bed Maya had ever seen. It appeared to be carved from a single enormous pearl that glowed with soft, warm light, covered with bedding that seemed to be woven from all the most comfortable materials in existence: cloud-soft cotton, silk that flowed like water, wool that held the warmth of perfect love, and blankets that seemed to be made from solidified comfort itself. This is the bed of perfect integration, Inanna explained, moving to stand beside this marvel of sleep technology. It embodies all the teachings you have received, the cosmic breath that flows through its very structure, the self-love that infuses its embrace, the strength that supports you completely, the clarity that calms all mental activity, the acceptance of natural cycles that makes rest inevitable, the surrender that allows for perfect renewal, and the sustainable energy that emerges from such complete rest. Maya approached the bed with a sense of coming home after the longest of journeys. Everything about it seemed designed to support the deepest, most restorative sleep possible, not through external technology, but through perfect alignment with all the natural principles that governed healthy rest. Lie down, Inanna invited gently, and feel how all the practices you have learned come together into a single, integrated experience of perfect rest. Maya settled onto the miraculous bed, immediately feeling how it seemed to mold itself perfectly to her body while providing complete support. As she lay back against pillows that seemed to be filled with captured clouds, she felt all the teachings from her journey beginning to activate simultaneously. Her breathing naturally fell into the cosmic rhythm Enlil had taught her, each inhalation drawing in the very essence of life force, each exhalation releasing her more deeply into harmony with creation. The self-compassion Ishtar had awakened flowed through her heart like warm honey, dissolving any remaining traces of self-criticism or judgment. The unshakable strength Marduk had revealed provided a foundation of security that made complete surrender feel safe and natural. Her mind organized itself according to Nabu's teachings, thoughts flowing in efficient patterns when thinking was needed, then settling into perfect stillness when thought was not required. The acceptance of natural cycles that Tammuz had embodied allowed her to trust completely in the process of rest and renewal. The ultimate surrender Ereshkigal had taught her dissolved any sense of needing to maintain control or vigilance, and the renewable energy Shamash had revealed created a foundation of vitality that made rest feel not like depletion, but like receiving unlimited nourishment. Feel how all these gifts work together, Inanna said softly, her voice now seeming to come from the bed itself, creating a state of consciousness that makes sleep not just possible, but inevitable, not just restful, but profoundly healing and transformative. As Maya lay on the bed of perfect integration, she felt herself entering levels of peace and rest that she had never imagined possible. This was not just the absence of tension, but the presence of something infinitely positive, a state of consciousness that was simultaneously completely relaxed and vibrantly alive. utterly peaceful yet filled with the potential for unlimited creativity and joy. This is your natural state, Inanna continued, her words flowing like a lullaby made of pure truth. What you experienced as your sleep problem was simply a disconnection from the cosmic rhythms and sacred practices that make such rest natural and inevitable. Now that you have reconnected with these eternal principles, sleep will never again be a struggle, but will become a gateway to ever deeper levels of healing and renewal. The experience on the bed continued as Inanna guided Maya through a final integration practice that wove together all the techniques she had learned. She practiced the sacred breathing while maintaining perfect self-compassion, accessed true strength while keeping her mind clear and organized, surrendered to natural cycles while releasing ultimate control, and felt renewable energy flowing through her system even as she sank into the deepest states of rest. As this final practice reached its culmination, Maya felt something profound clicking into place within her consciousness. All the separate techniques and understandings she had gained suddenly unified into a single, coherent way of being that felt as natural as breathing itself. She was no longer someone who had learned to sleep. She had become someone for whom perfect sleep was simply a natural expression of her aligned consciousness. "Now," Inanna said, her voice filled with the satisfaction of a teacher who has successfully guided a student through complete transformation. "You carry within yourself everything you need for perfect rest and renewal. But more than this, you have learned to live in harmony with the cosmic rhythms that support all aspects of healthy existence." Maya slowly sat up on the miraculous bed, feeling transformed down to her very cells. The journey that had begun with struggle and desperation had led her to a place of profound peace and understanding that would remain with her always. Inanna moved to a beautiful altar where 7 vessels were displayed, each one containing the essence of a gift Maya had received on her journey. "These are yours to take," the goddess said, "physical reminders of the internal transformation you have undergone. But remember that the true gifts are now part of your being itself, wisdom that can never be lost because it has become who you are." Maya approached the altar with deep reverence, recognizing each vessel as containing not just a substance, but the living essence of the teachings that had transformed her. The crystal vial of sacred breath, the silver vessel of remembered love, the sapphire amulet of enduring strength, the scroll of mental clarity, the wooden bowl of natural cycles, the obsidian vial of ultimate surrender, and the golden chalice of renewable energy. All of these were now integrated into her consciousness as naturally as her own heartbeat. "Thank you," Maya whispered, her voice filled with gratitude that seemed to encompass not just this moment, but her entire existence. I feel as if I've been given not just the ability to sleep peacefully, but a completely new way of being in the world, one that honors both rest and activity as sacred parts of the cosmic dance. Inanna smiled with the radiant joy of the divine feminine principle fully expressed, her entire being glowing with love for the transformation she had witnessed. "You have learned the greatest secret," she said softly. "That perfect rest is not something you achieve, but something you allow. Not something you earn, but something you receive as your birthright, as a conscious participant in the eternal flow of creation." As Maya prepared to leave the palace of integration and return to the river of dreams for the final portion of her journey, she felt complete in a way she had never experienced before. The struggle that had brought her to this mystical realm was now revealed as the perfect catalyst for the transformation she had undergone. A journey that had taken her not just to better sleep, but to a fundamentally new way of being in relationship with herself and the cosmos. The river welcomed her back one final time, but now she floated in its waters, not as someone seeking healing, but as someone who had become a living embodiment of the very harmony she had been seeking. The current carried her gently toward whatever awaited downstream, but she no longer felt carried by something external. She had become one with the flow itself, moving with the same natural grace that guided all healthy existence. Chapter 10: The Eternal Garden of Return. The river of dreams carried Maya toward what she sensed would be both an ending and a beginning. The place where her transformative journey would complete its circle and reveal itself as an eternal spiral that could be revisited whenever deeper rest and renewal were needed. The landscape around her now contained all the elements she had encountered throughout her travels, but unified into a harmonious whole that spoke of wisdom fully integrated and completely accessible. As she floated peacefully in the warm, supportive waters, Maya marveled at the profound transformation that had occurred within her consciousness. The anxious, struggling person who had begun this journey seemed like a character from someone else's dream. In her place was someone who moved through existence with the same natural grace that guided rivers toward the sea, stars across the sky, and seasons through their eternal cycles. The river began to widen into what appeared to be a vast circular lake, its waters so perfectly clear they seemed to be made of liquid tranquility itself. Around the shores of this lake, Maya could see all the temples she had visited, but now they appeared not as separate destinations, but as aspects of a single, unified teaching, different facets of the same eternal wisdom that supported all healthy existence. At the center of the lake was an island that seemed to contain the essence of every beautiful place that had ever existed. Rolling hills covered with the softest grass flowed into groves of ancient trees, which opened into meadows filled with flowers that bloomed in perfect harmony despite belonging to different seasons. Streams of the clearest water wound through this landscape, their gentle flowing creating music that seemed to be the song the earth itself would sing if it had a voice. This was the eternal garden of return, the place where all journeys toward healing and wholeness ultimately led, the space that existed both within and beyond time, where the soul could always come to remember its connection to the infinite source of peace and renewal. Standing at the water's edge, as if she had been waiting throughout all eternity for this moment of return, was a figure who embodied everything Maya had learned about the divine principle that guides all healing and transformation. This being appeared sometimes as Adapa, the wise keeper of thresholds who had first welcomed Maya to this mystical realm, sometimes as an aspect of herself that had always known the way home, and sometimes as pure light that took no fixed form at all. "Welcome home, beloved traveler," the figure spoke, and the voice contained all the voices Maya had heard on her journey: wind and water, earth and fire, the singing of birds, and the whisper of growing things. "You have completed the sacred circuit and gathered all the gifts necessary for perfect rest and renewal. Now, you understand that what you sought was never outside yourself, but was always your own deepest nature, temporarily forgotten, but never truly lost." Maya waded to shore, feeling the lake's waters reluctantly releasing her, as if they too recognized that something precious was coming to completion. The ground beneath her feet was the softest grass she had ever experienced, each blade seeming to pulse with the vibration of perfect peace and welcome. "Tell me," the figure said as Maya approached, "how does it feel to carry within yourself all the wisdom you have gained? How has your understanding of your own nature changed through this journey of remembering?" Maya paused beside a stream that flowed with water so clear it seemed to be liquid transparency itself. Suddenly aware of the profound completeness she felt within her own being. "I feel as if I've returned to myself after a long exile," she said, her voice filled with wonder at her own transformation. "I understand now that everything I was seeking, peace, rest, renewal, the ability to surrender and trust, all of this was always part of my essential nature. I just needed to remember how to access what was already there." The figure smiled with infinite warmth, their form shifting to reveal aspects of all the teachers Maya had encountered on her journey. "And now that you have remembered," they said gently, "you understand that this garden, this river, these teachings, They exist not just in some distant mystical realm, but within your own consciousness, available to you whenever you need to return to the source of perfect rest and renewal. As they spoke, Maya began to see that the entire landscape around her was shifting and becoming more translucent, revealing itself to be a perfect reflection of her own inner state. The eternal garden was not separate from her, but was the natural condition of her consciousness when it was aligned with the cosmic principles she had learned to embody. "Come," the figure said, leading her toward the center of the garden, where all the streams converged into a perfectly circular pool. "Let us complete your journey with the final integration, the understanding that will allow you to access this state of perfect rest and renewal whenever you choose, not just during sleep, but throughout all aspects of your existence." The pool at the garden's heart was unlike anything Maya had encountered, even in this realm of wonders. Its waters seemed to contain the essence of every peaceful moment that had ever existed, every restful sleep, every moment of perfect relaxation, every instance of complete surrender to the flow of life. Looking into its depths, Maya could see infinite reflections of herself in various states of peace and rest, all existing simultaneously in the eternal now that underlies all temporal experience. "This is the pool of eternal return," the figure explained, their voice now seeming to come from the water itself. "It contains the understanding that perfect rest is not something you visit occasionally, but your natural state, the ground from which all activity arises and to which it naturally returns." Maya knelt beside the pool, immediately feeling how its presence seemed to call forth all the gifts she had received on her journey. Her breathing naturally fell into the cosmic rhythm. Her heart opened to perfect self-compassion, her being aligned with unshakable strength. Her mind achieved crystalline clarity. Her consciousness accepted all natural cycles. She surrendered completely to what is greater than herself, and renewable energy flowed through her system like liquid light. "Drink," the figure invited, cupping some of the mystical water in their hands, "and complete your integration with the eternal source of rest and renewal." Maya lowered her lips to drink from the figure's cupped hands, immediately feeling the water's essence flowing through her entire being like liquid peace itself. As she drank, she felt the final barriers between her individual consciousness and the cosmic source of rest dissolving completely. She was no longer someone who had learned to access peace. She had become peace itself. No longer someone who could sleep well, but someone whose very nature was aligned with the rhythms that made perfect rest inevitable. As the integration completed itself, Maya felt herself expanding to encompass the entire garden, the lake, the river, and all the temples she had visited. She was no longer separate from the mystical realm, but had become one with it, understanding finally that this place of perfect peace and renewal had always existed within her own consciousness, waiting for her to remember how to access it. The figure before her began to dissolve into pure light. But before disappearing completely, they offered one final gift, a small, perfectly round stone that seemed to contain the essence of the entire journey. "This is the stone of eternal return," they said, their voice now seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere. "Whenever you hold it, you will remember that you carry within yourself access to this garden of perfect peace, this river of flowing rest, all the temples of wisdom that have transformed your understanding of sleep and renewal." Maya took the stone in her hands, feeling immediately how it pulsed with the rhythm of her own transformed consciousness. It was warm and smooth, seeming to contain depths that went on forever, like holding a piece of the earth's heart that remembered every peaceful moment since the beginning of time. "But remember," the figure's voice continued, now coming from the stone itself, "the true gift is not this physical reminder, but your own transformed relationship to rest and renewal. You have learned that perfect sleep is not something you achieve, but something you allow, not something you earn, but something you receive as naturally as breathing itself." As Maya held the stone, she felt the garden around her beginning to shimmer and grow translucent. She understood that her journey through the mystical realm was completing itself, that she would soon return to ordinary consciousness, carrying within herself all the wisdom and transformation she had gained. "How do I return?" she asked, though part of her already knew the answer. "The same way you came," came the gentle reply. "By allowing the river to carry you, by trusting in the current that knows exactly how to guide you home. But now you return not as someone seeking healing, but as someone who has become a living embodiment of the peace you sought." Maya walked slowly back toward the lake's edge, feeling the garden's beauty surrounding her like a blessing she would carry forever. Every flower, every tree, every stream seemed to pulse with farewell wishes and promises of reunion whenever she needed to return to this source of perfect rest. The river of dreams welcomed her one final time, its warm waters embracing her like the arms of the most loving mother. As the current began to carry her away from the eternal garden, Maya felt not sadness, but profound gratitude. She was not leaving this place of peace, but taking it with her, integrated so completely into her consciousness that it would be available whenever she needed to access deep rest and renewal. The journey downstream felt different from all her previous travels on the mystical river. Now, she moved not as someone being transported to various destinations, but as someone who was the river itself, flowing with the same natural grace that guided all healthy existence. The temples and gardens she had visited appeared along the banks as she passed. But now, she understood them as aspects of her own consciousness, inner resources she could access whenever needed, as she floated peacefully toward her return to ordinary awareness. Maya practiced integrating all the gifts she had received. She breathed with cosmic rhythm while maintaining perfect self-compassion, accessed unshakable strength while keeping her mind clear and organized, surrendered to natural cycles while releasing ultimate control, and felt renewable energy flowing through her system, even as she sank into ever deeper states of peaceful rest. The landscape around her began to grow more familiar, more like the world she remembered from before her journey began. But now, everything appeared transformed by her new understanding. The trees along the riverbank were not just trees, but expressions of the same life force that flowed through her own being. The stars overhead were not distant lights, but part of the same cosmic consciousness that had revealed itself to her through the mystical teachings. Gradually, Maya became aware that she was lying on something soft and comfortable, a bed that felt perfectly supportive yet cloud-like in its gentleness. The mystical river was still there, flowing through her consciousness like a stream of liquid peace. But now, she understood that this inner river was always available to her, a pathway to the deep rest and renewal her soul required. She could hear the gentle sounds of the night whirled around her, crickets singing their ancient songs, a soft breeze rustling through leaves, the distant sound of water flowing over stones. But these were not ordinary sounds. They were the same cosmic symphony she had heard in the mystical realm, the eternal music that supported all existence and invited all beings into harmony with the fundamental rhythms of creation. Maya felt herself settling more deeply into the most comfortable position she had ever experienced, her body naturally finding perfect alignment as all the practices she had learned integrated seamlessly into her approach to rest. Her breathing fell into the sacred rhythm Enlil had taught her, each inhalation drawing in pure life force, each exhalation releasing her more completely into trust and surrender. The self-compassion Ishtar had awakened flowed through her heart like warm sunlight, dissolving any remaining traces of the harsh self-criticism that had once kept her awake. The unshakable strength Marduk had revealed provided a foundation of security that made complete letting go feel safe and natural. Her mind organized itself according to Nabu's teachings, thoughts flowing efficiently when needed, then settling into perfect stillness when thinking was no longer required. The acceptance of natural cycles that Tammuz had embodied allowed her to trust completely in the wisdom of rest and renewal. The ultimate surrender Ereshkigal had taught her dissolved any sense of needing to maintain vigilance or control, and the renewable energy Shamash had revealed created a foundation of vitality that made rest feel not like depletion, but like receiving unlimited nourishment from the source of all existence. As all these gifts worked together in perfect harmony, Maya felt herself entering levels of peace and rest that transcended anything she had previously imagined possible. This was not just the absence of tension, but the presence of something infinitely positive, a state of consciousness that was simultaneously completely relaxed and vibrantly alive, utterly peaceful, yet filled with unlimited potential for healing and renewal. The stone of eternal return rested gently in her palm, its warmth serving as a constant reminder that she carried within herself access to the mystical realm of perfect rest. Whenever she needed to return to the source of deep peace, she could simply hold this stone and allow her consciousness to flow back to the eternal garden, the palace of integration, any of the temples where she had learned the sacred arts of rest and renewal. But more than this physical reminder, Maya now understood that the transformation she had undergone was permanent and complete. She was no longer someone who struggled with sleep, but someone for whom perfect rest was a natural expression of her aligned consciousness. The journey that had begun with suffering and desperation had revealed itself as the perfect catalyst for discovering her own deepest nature, a being of infinite peace and renewable vitality, who could dance gracefully with all the rhythms of existence as she settled into what she knew would be the most restorative sleep of her life. Maya felt waves of gratitude flowing through her entire being. She was grateful for the struggle that had brought her to seek this healing, grateful for the mystical teachers who had shared their wisdom, grateful for the river that had carried her safely through all the necessary transformations, and most of all, grateful for the discovery that everything she had been seeking was already present within her own consciousness, waiting only for her remembering. The night embraced her like the most loving parent, and Maya surrendered completely to its gentle care, knowing that she would awaken refreshed and renewed, carrying within herself the living knowledge of how to access perfect rest and restoration whenever needed. Her breathing naturally slowed and deepened. Her muscles released their last traces of tension. Her mind settled into the vast stillness that underlies all thought, and her spirit merged with the infinite source of peace and renewal that flows through all existence. In her final moments of conscious awareness before sleep carried her into the deepest rest, Maya smiled with perfect contentment, understanding that she had completed not just a journey, but a transformation that would serve her for the rest of her life. She was no longer someone who had learned to sleep well. She had become someone whose very nature was aligned with the cosmic rhythms that make perfect rest and renewal as natural and inevitable as the rising and setting of the sun. Epilogue, the gift that keeps giving. In the gentle light of dawn that filtered through her window, Maya awakened with a sense of profound peace and renewal that she had never experienced before. The transition from sleep to wakefulness was not the jarring shock it had once been, but a gradual, natural emergence that felt like a flower opening to morning light. Her body felt completely rested. Her mind was clear and calm, and her spirit was filled with the quiet joy that comes from perfect alignment with natural rhythms. As she lay in her bed, savoring this exquisite feeling of having slept deeply and awakened naturally, Maya's hand found the small stone that rested on her nightstand, the stone of eternal return that served as a physical reminder of her transformative journey through the mystical realm of Mesopotamian wisdom. Holding it, she could feel the presence of all the temples and teachers, all the practices and principles that had combined to heal her relationship with sleep and rest. The morning light seemed different now, not harsh or demanding, but gentle and welcoming, inviting her to greet the new day with the same grace and ease with which she had surrendered to sleep the night before. Maya rose from her bed with movements that felt naturally coordinated and peaceful, her body responding to the renewable energy that flowed through her system like a gentle stream of liquid vitality. As she moved through her morning routine, Maya marveled at how completely her experience of daily life had been transformed. The frantic urgency that had once characterized her mornings was gone, replaced by a calm efficiency that allowed her to accomplish what needed to be done without stress or struggle. She found herself naturally moving in harmony with the rhythms she had learned in the mystical realm, breathing with cosmic rhythm, treating herself with loving compassion, accessing strength through alignment rather than force, thinking clearly when thought was needed, and resting in awareness when it was not. Throughout the day, Maya discovered that the gifts she had received were not limited to nighttime sleep, but enhanced every aspect of her existence. When challenges arose, she found herself naturally accessing the unshakable strength Marduk had revealed, meeting difficulties with calm confidence rather than anxious resistance. When her mind tried to fall into old patterns of worry loops, she easily applied Nabu's teachings, redirecting her mental energy toward productive channels, or allowing it to settle into peaceful stillness. Most remarkably, Maya found that she was naturally working with the cyclical rhythms Tammuz had taught her, honoring periods of activity and rest throughout the day. understanding that sustainable productivity came not from constant pushing, but from flowing in harmony with natural energy patterns. The ultimate surrender Ereshkigal had revealed was no longer something she accessed only at bedtime, but became a way of moving through life itself, releasing the need to control outcomes and trusting in the deeper intelligence that governs all existence. As evening approached, Maya felt none of the anxiety that had once accompanied the prospect of bedtime. Instead, she felt a gentle anticipation for the renewal that sleep would bring. Understanding now that rest was not a failure or weakness, but the most profound act of self-care and trust in life's fundamental goodness. When she finally lay down to sleep that night, Maya held the stone of eternal return and allowed her consciousness to flow naturally back toward the mystical realm that lived within her own awareness. The river of dreams was always there, flowing peacefully through the depths of her consciousness, ready to carry her to whatever healing and renewal she needed. Sometimes she would return to Enlil's temple to deepen her connection to cosmic breathing. Other nights, she might visit Ishtar's garden to practice even greater levels of self-compassion. When she faced particularly challenging periods in her life, she would journey to Marduk's hall to reconnect with unshakable strength, or to Nabu's observatory to clarify her thinking about complex situations. The sacred grove of Tammuz became a frequent destination during times of transition, helping her align with natural cycles and trust in the timing of her life's unfolding. Ereshkigal's depths were always available when she needed to practice deeper levels of surrender, while Shamash's temple provided access to renewable energy whenever her vitality needed restoration. But most often, Maya found herself returning to Inanna's palace and the eternal garden, the places where all the teachings integrated into a complete understanding of how to live in harmony with the fundamental rhythms that supported all healthy existence. These inner journeys became as natural as breathing, and Maya understood that she carried within herself a complete system for maintaining perfect alignment with the sources of rest and renewal. Months passed, and Maya's transformation became evident not just to herself, but to everyone around her. Friends and family members noticed her calm presence, her ability to remain centered during stressful situations, her natural radiance that came from being deeply rested and spiritually nourished. Many people began asking her about the changes they observed, wondering how she had acquired this quality of peaceful vitality that seemed so rare in their busy, anxious world. Maya found great joy in sharing what she had learned, though she understood that each person's journey toward healing would be unique. She would tell them about the river of dreams that flowed through everyone's consciousness, about the mystical teachers who lived within every human heart, about the practices that could reconnect anyone with their natural capacity for perfect rest and renewal. Some people were ready to hear these teachings and began their own journeys toward transformation. Others were not yet prepared to believe that such profound healing was possible. And Maya learned to offer her wisdom without attachment to whether it was received. She understood that everyone would find their way to deep peace in their own perfect timing. As years passed, Maya's daily life became a living demonstration of the principles she had learned in the mystical realm. Her work became an expression of the renewable energy that flowed through aligned action. Her relationships reflected the self-compassion and acceptance she had learned to offer herself. Her response to challenges embodied the strength that comes from surrender rather than resistance. And every night, without exception, Maya continued to sleep with the profound peace and renewal that had become her natural state. Sleep was no longer something she had to achieve or earn, but something she received as gracefully as flowers receive sunlight, a daily gift from the source of all existence that never failed to restore and nourish her completely. The stone of eternal return remained on her nightstand, sometimes glowing softly in the darkness, as if it contained its own source of gentle light. Maya understood that this stone was more than just a physical object. It was a symbol of the eternal truth that perfect rest and renewal were always available to anyone willing to remember their connection to the cosmic rhythms that governed all healthy existence. In her dreams, Maya continued to visit the mystical realm, sometimes as a student returning for deeper teachings, sometimes as a guide helping other souls find their way to the sources of healing and peace. She learned that the river of dreams was truly eternal, flowing through the consciousness of every being who had ever lived, carrying all souls toward the understanding that they were never separate from the infinite source of rest and renewal they sought. And sometimes, in the deepest hours of the night, Maya would feel the presence of other travelers floating on the river of dreams, souls who were beginning their own journeys toward the transformation she had experienced. In those moments, she would send waves of love and encouragement flowing through the mystical waters, knowing that everyone who truly sought the healing of perfect rest would eventually find their way to the temples of ancient wisdom that lived within the depths of their own consciousness. Maya's story became a living testament to the truth that no one need suffer from sleeplessness and exhaustion when they remember how to align themselves with the cosmic rhythms that support all life. Her transformation rippled out into the world like circles spreading from a stone dropped in still water, touching other lives with the possibility of profound healing and renewal. And the river of dreams continued to flow, eternal and ever-present, carrying countless souls toward the remembering of their own essential nature, beings of infinite peace and renewable vitality, who needed only to surrender to the gentle current that had always been guiding them home to the source of perfect rest and healing that lived within their own hearts. In the end, Maya understood that her journey had never really been about learning to sleep. It had been about remembering how to live in harmony with the fundamental principles that governed all existence, and discovering that perfect rest was not a destination to be reached, but a way of being that was always available to anyone willing to stop struggling and start flowing with the eternal rhythms of creation itself. The stone of eternal return rested peacefully on her nightstand, and Maya rested peacefully in her bed. And the river of dreams flowed peacefully through all creation, carrying infinite souls toward the perfect peace and renewal that was their birthright, their natural state, and their eternal home.